Good evening. Oh. Well, it's higher. I'll take it. Yes.
Not only is it bad on the back, it's like when you sit down, it's like,
Oh, much better. Thank you. Okay. It is 6:44. My name is Harry Fisher. I'm the chair of the BET. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Board of Estimate Taxation on Tuesday, October 21st. Would you all stand and join me in the Pledge for Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Okay. The first item on the agenda is the assessor report. Lauren Elliott.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and fellow members of the BET. I'd like to present the assessor's report for October of 2025. First of all, personal property declarations were sent out on September 24th to all businesses in town by Quality Data. They are due back on November. Yep. Okay. All right. All right. Move my papers. That's okay. Better?
Yes.
Okay. We sent out roughly 3,800 declarations. We had, of those 3,800, about 152 were new accounts this year. For litigation, we had two tax appeals, two commercial tax appeals were settled. One was on the grand list of 2023 with a tax loss of $82,687, and the other one was another commercial property on the grand list of 2024 with a 2022, with a tax loss of $38,749. Okay, now I'd like to start talking about the 2025 reval. Here we go. I gave you some information here, and after the sales chart in my report, you'll see this chart. And it is basically of all the municipalities that did a revaluation back in 2024. And I wanted you to look at and see this just to get some bearing as to what has happened over in last year's revaluation cycle. As you can see, most of the, if you look to the far right, you'll see the overall increase in the real estate. And you have increases from 36% all the way up to 76%. And these municipalities basically were doing a revaluation prior to COVID. They didn't have COVID included in their in any of their sales, and if they did, it was a limited time. In 2025, the town of Greenwich, as well as the town of Fairfield, Shelton, Bridgeport, Westport, and Milford are also going to be doing a revaluation for the 2025 grand list. And from speaking to my fellow assessors, the increases are going to be as significant going forward. Okay. On the next page, I wanted to kind of give you a history of the grand lists and the increases that the town of Greenwich has had during revaluation years. And since I've been here, our increases have been somewhat modest. In 2021, it went up 5.66%. In 2015, we went up 3.75%. In 2010, you went down 11.69%. And in 2005, in 2005, you went up 60%. So when I tell you that 2025, we're going to see a grand list increase roughly just over 25%.
I'm sorry, say again?
Just the grand list, real estate grand list for 2025, we're going to see an increase of just probably over 25%.
Okay.
It's going to be significant. Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Tarkington?
Mm-hmm.
So, Lauren, you say that that's an average across town.
Mhm.
Is there any shift from the commercial onto the residential? Because we haven't seen as many commercial sales. And then also, can you share with us where there might be you know, by district or by zone
No,
or
I
something?
don't think that's a good idea.
I haven't really broken it. I'm still looking at, we're still reviewing. So I haven't really gone back and looked at what's going up at a certain percentage, because I'm in the weeds right now. In the next meeting, I can certainly give all that information to.
And
But
at
I will
this
tell you
point-
this, the residentials are probably going up more than the commercials, but some
Yeah.
commercials are going up significantly too.
thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Ms. Aurora.
I just want to clarify, so are you saying that the 36 billion number is going to 45-ish? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And so is that, and I just want to remind myself,
That's
the-
70% of value.
the revals are done, do you do like 20% of the properties every 5 years so that over the course of the 5 years, everybody gets revaled, or
No. Everybody gets a new valuation.
every single year?
Not every single year.
Not every single year.
Every 5
So
years.
like what, every 5 years, so
The increases that you see in the interim
yeah.
are from building permits
Ah.
and from growth. It's your growth in the interim.
So like on 2020, 2025.
Right. We were
That's-
supposed to go in 2020. We postponed it for a year,
Right.
so we went in 2021. And when we did it, we went up 5.6%. If you look at all the percentages in the interim and in between those, you'll see that it's smaller, but that's based on new construction, renovations, your motor vehicle list, as well as your personal property list. So,
So you- I
Ms.
just,
Vasiliotis? I'm sorry, were you finished?
yeah, I think I remember a discussion when you were said that, I think you just kind of visit the properties
Okay, so-
1/5 of the time. Is
right,
that what I'm
so
confusing
that's,
you with?
so you're right. So we have to reval all the properties at the same time. So we're going to, all 22,000 parcels are going to get a revaluation notice on November 7th. What we do in the interim, though, is we have a requirement, a state statute that requires us to visit a property once every 10 years. And so instead of doing that every time we do a revaluation, we break it up and do about, we break it up over the course of those 5 to 10 years. So we meet that requirement. So we don't visit every property every single year. If you've pulled a building permit, we go to your property. If there's been a sale or some significant change that we seem to think and our data's not correct, we will go visit that property. And then we will then also, just based upon the last time we were there, we will make sure that we visit that property prior to we have visited that property within a 10-year period.
And one more question, is this property value, is this the one that's going to be used for the fiscal year 26-27 mill rate calculation, the new numbers? So then, I guess, in the budget guidelines, when we reference mill rate increase, we really can't even speak too clearly about that right now, because we don't know what the baseline's going to be.
Well, what's going to happen is all things created equal, your mill rate would come down. If we're increasing
to.
right.
Otherwise, your taxes would have to go up 25%.
Well, otherwise, I think
Yeah.
I'll be working for another
Right.
town, so, yeah.
No, I'm saying that this is an important point because
Yes.
in our budget, in the draft budget guidelines, that this is for, I guess, my BET colleagues, we sent around, there was some commentary on mill rate increase, which I think maybe should not be there, especially if we don't know what the baseline is going to be. We can talk about operating cost increase, but we really can't talk about mill rate. Okay, that's just,
Okay,
Didn't
Ms.
realize.
Vasiliotis?
Lauren, you had said that you were going to possibly just have an extension in your back pocket. Is that still the
That's on
case?
my, yeah,
Yes.
that's later. So. Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Moriarty?
I just wanted to add information to Ms. Aurora's comment. Typically, when doing the budget, the analysis of the budget is we hold the revaluation constant. So we take that out of the mix, and so that we can create a year-to-year percentage increase on, which would be the average of the town, right? Each individual homeowner has a different percentage increase, but the average for the town is a comparable number to what it would be in other budget years.
Okay, the next two items that I have in my packet, first of all, it's the preliminary assessment change notice that we are going to send out, along with a letter And the second letter is explaining that. And this is what we're going to be sending out in the first mailing in in November, on November 7th. We will send out a final notice when I sign the grand list, whether that's at the end of January or at the end of February, depending upon whether I get an extension or not. But when we did the 2021 revaluation, we just sent out a notice that specifically just had your assessment. This was your 2024 assessment, and this was your old assessment, and this was your new assessment. This year, we've decided, because there's going to be some sticker shock, to estimate what we know what your taxes were on the 2024 grand list. So what we're going to do is estimate your taxes on the 25 grand list as though we're using last year's budget. And we'll come up with a new mill rate to do that so that people can look at their increase and look at what that's actually going to do to their taxes. So these are the two notices that go out, the initial two notices that will go out on November 7th, and we will start having hearings, informal hearings with the revaluation companies, starting probably on November 12th. So we'll have 2 weeks in November, we'll have another 2 weeks in December, we have 3 weeks in January if we need it, and the final ask this evening is that if I do need it, I can get a 1-month extension to sign the grand list from January to February.
So this table at the bottom of the notice,
That's just a sample. Yeah.
but it's assuming that the total we're raising is constant. You're not assuming any increase in the budget in this?
No, right, yes,
calculation.
right. In other words, there's going to be a bit of a.
This is an apples and apples.
Right, exactly. Trying to make
Comparison
this.
for them, which, is that really, I haven't read this, so is that really clear from your
Well-
narrative?
This is similar to this is what we sent out back in 2000.
But you didn't have the table.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
In
Oh, you did?
2015, yeah, we did.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is similar to what's been done in the past?
Yes, yep.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, this is just an
Mr.
example.
Weisbrot.
It's a little,
All right,
Yeah.
if you're gonna talk, you need microphones, and you need to be recognized. Okay. Any other,
Yeah.
Ms. Faciliotis?
Lauren, are you asking that the BET approve or make a motion to allow you to ask for the extension, or will you be doing the extension absent the BET's?
no, I believe I need.
Yeah,
I need approval by the
So-
BT. So I don't necessarily,
I know, you're not going to necessarily use it, you just want to have it in your pocket.
Right.
Just to have it, just in case.
And I don't ask for it. I have to,
Right,
first
first
selectman
selectman has
has
to
to send a
right,
letter asking the secretary,
Right.
Mr. Beckham, I believe, the undersecretary of OPM to grant me an extension.
Right, so I'm going to move that the BET votes to allow the assessor to request from the first selectman a letter to go to Hartford to allow for an extension to be used only if needed.
Can I suggest instead of Hartford, we say OPM?
Yes. Office of Policy and Management.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that is approved 11-0-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for me this evening?
Can I have a motion to accept the?
I move that we accept the assessor's report.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
I just want to make sure I understand. Is the BET have a role in approving this actual change notice document that you've put in front of us?
if you have it, I mean, this is what we sent out before. If you want to make, if you think that there needs to be any changes to it, I'm certainly welcome to any edits.
Yeah,
It's-
I think, I mean, speaking for myself, I might offer some.
Okay, so if you wanna
this
just-
Can that happen away from here, I
Yes,
assume, right? Okay.
absolutely, not a problem.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so we have a motion to accept the assessor's report, seconded by Mr. Alfano, moved by Ms. Tarkington. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that's approved 11-0-0. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to request for budget adjustments. We have only routine applications tonight, which I will read. GO1, Greenwich Library, a decrease of 26,639.20. This is a table of organization adjustment to, I believe it's take 3 part-times and make it into 1 full-time librarian. SE6, First Selectman. Oh, I don't have the numbers.
Yeah.
Do you have the numbers?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I didn't prepare myself.
P935, this is 57350.
I'm sorry, what?
P935, 57350.
No, it's,
And what's the second one?
hold on a second, I'm just trying to find.
Hold on, Karen's looking. While you're looking, I'll read SE6, the first.
That was Brown?
Brown is 32.5.
Well, Brown was, there's actually 2 settlements. Hold on.
No, she asked that it be approved as one, Karen, so that's how we approved it.
Well, but I think for the record, it should be 15,000 for one and 17.5 for the other, for a total of
32.5.
32.5.
Okay, so
And then
you have Geico?
Geico is $5,902.79.
Okay, I'll start reading again. SE6, First Selectman, a total of 32.5, comprised of 2 settlements of 15,000 and 17,500. Brown et al. Versus the Town of Greenwich et al. SE7, First Selectman, 5,902.79. Geico Insurance Company, Umari, also with Umari Theodore versus the Town of Greenwich et al. So those routine applications are passed to us by the Budget Committee, do not need to be moved and seconded. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? No objection, those are passed 11-0-0. Could we have the Comptroller's report, please? When it comes from a committee, you don't have to. It's all right, we're done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to present the Comptroller's Report for the period from September 17th through October 21st, 25. The general fund invested cash on September 30 was $236.2 million, about $16.4 million higher than September 30, 24. Interest earned on the general fund bank deposits and investments in September 2025 was $926,000, reflecting a 4.22% blended annualized rate. Fiscal year-to-date earnings are $2.7 million. The annual audit for fiscal year ended June 30, 2025 is proceeding as planned. We've been diligently working with the auditors. We've provided over 180 requests to date, and everything is on schedule as of now. For retirement, the retirement portfolio snapshot at September 30th showed a total composite market value of $732 million, up from $722.8 million as of August 31. The portfolio had a monthly return of 1.82% and a quarterly return of 3.64%. The OPEB trust portfolio market value was $61.9 million on September 30, up $1.5 million for the month of September, or 2.45%. I certified the cost of contract for the GEA, Greenwich Education Association contract for the period from July 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2029. The calculation of the cost of contract was performed by the Board of Ed and certified by me. And as you know, the contract has gone to the RTM for consideration at the October 27, 2025 meeting. Internal audit, the following audits are in progress. The Health Department audit was accepted by unanimous vote at the October 9 meeting. The Town Clerk audit is in process. We expect a draft this week, full report by CLA at the November Audit Committee meeting. That audit is going well. The Public Safety Parking audit is also in process. and we expect that audit to be reported at the December Audit Committee meeting. We're also starting a new audit this week. We'll be doing the first introductory call with, the audit will be on DPW, the sewer division, private septic haulers. As far as risk goes, the cyber liability policies will be renewed in December, so we'll have a presentation on that at the November Audit Committee meeting. And then one update on the Finance Department projects. The JP Morgan Chase ACH verification service is now installed. We're trained on it in our department, and it's in use. This is a big win as it will help reduce chances of fraud and minimize returned ACHs due to clerical errors. JP Morgan Chase account validation tool employs an AI-based machine learning model to generate an account confidence score, which indicates a likelihood of fraud on a beneficiary account before they're ever set up. As you know, we're trying to move all vendors to ACH. So this is a big win for us. And then in personnel, the deputy controller position has been filled, and we are thrilled about that. Karen Vitale will be joining our team on October 27th. Karen brings extensive knowledge in governmental accounting, budgeting, and finance. Most recently, she was the deputy controller in Norwalk for the town for 4 years. And before that, she was with the city of Stamford for 19 years. Roland Geiger's retirement became effective as of October 1st. He's made himself available on an as-needed part-time basis, with his role and institutional knowledge being transitioned to Agnes and myself. We are also thrilled that Leo Barisha, here with us tonight, has been hired into the full-time position of Finance Customer Service Representative. In addition to her accounts payable responsibilities, Leo continues to provide administrative support to BET members, the Comptroller, and Finance Department, while Sam Longo remains out on extended maternity leave. That's it.
I would just like to commend you on all the personnel changes and how smooth this is going. That's really quite significant. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a motion to accept the Comptroller's report.
Second.
Mr. Selps moved, Ms. Tarkenton seconded to accept the Comptroller's report. Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that's 11-0-0. Would you give the Treasurer's report, please?
The Treasurer's report for the month of September 2025. General fund cash balance, as I mentioned before, is $236 million, with appreciation for the month of September of $926 million, and for the quarter, $2.7 million. Total cash. 926,000. Apologies. It's always something. Just kick me.
That would be very nice.
That would be, yeah, no, I apologize, 926,000. Total cash balance before OPEB, excluding OPEB, 349,682,000, including OPEB, 411,549,000. You'll see that we had some treasuries mature and either considered renewing or entering into new treasuries or transferring into Connecticut STIF, because the STIF balance, the interest rate currently is favorable and it's trailing the reduction in interest rates. So we assess those at each time they come due. Any questions?
Any questions?
I move we accept the Treasurer's report.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Tarkenton, seconded by Mr. Alfano to accept the Treasurer's report. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that is approved 11-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Under item 6, Mr. Alfano, could you give us a quick update on the risk policy that was looked at by the audit committee?
The risk policy,
You got a microphone there?
Megan D'Amato, the Director of Risk Management, provided updates on the following risk management matters: active assailant policy, liability, auto, property damage, claims, 5-year look back. There was a good discussion on on that topic, and at this point, the audit committee did not decide to move forward with anything, but
Thank you.
we are open to the future.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions of Mr. Alfano? Okay, thank you. Moving on. We don't have any other reports. We have no. Oh, Mr. Selps, you want to report on the Old Greenwich? I do, thank you.
The Old Greenwich School project, as I think all of us are aware, is going out for rebid. The bids have actually been sent out. Bids are due back November 20th, and we expect that we will have a new set of bids by that time. In conjunction with that, the Old Greenwich School Building Committee has been working with the construction manager and the architects to establish a new set of deadlines and a new timetable. And essentially what the delay means is that the project has been pushed back a full calendar year. It's anticipated at this time that construction will begin in April of 2026 and will complete in 2028, but that is the update. And obviously, certainly at the December meeting, I'll be in a position to report where the bids have come in. Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Selps. Anybody else want any reports of any nature? Okay, we move to new business. I think it would be helpful at this point for Agnes and Joan to help us understand Exhibit 1 and the changes that were made there, and then the Republicans are going to take a recess to caucus after the explanation.
So the change related to the $2.5 million non-lapsing that was appropriated in the fiscal 26 as part of the Board of Education budget, and it was part of their surplus for fiscal 25. And in accordance with state statute, they are able to carry that into a non-lapsing account that they can use as approved by the Board of Education. The Board of Education in June approved using the 2.5 million non-lapsing, so surplus from 25, as a to cover additional costs in the bus contract. The bus contract, they knew they were going to be short this 2.5 million in fiscal 26, 2 million for the buses, and 5 million for other, including 5 billion. $2 million for the bus contract itself, $500,000 for storage and other related costs for busing. In order to, this is our first time doing this non-lapsing account, so in order to show that the funds are being used and covering expenses in fiscal 26, and even though they were previously taxed, we added them into the 200s line, the 2.5 million under the schools column. So that 30.2 million includes 2.5 million non-lapsing. That was part of the 25 budget. Below where we, under funding, where there's a use of fund balance of the 23.8, we've added the offset. So it's basically, it is use of restricted fund balance, which is part of the non-lapsing account. We thought this was a more accurate way to show, but from speaking with Patrick, who's here, we do know that when the Board of Ed does their budget, they're going to show it with and without. It's going to be an item of confusion each time you look at fiscal 26 budget to fiscal 27 budget. So I just want to make sure everybody understood, it obviously impacts the percentage increase in those lines. So we're in good coordination. I just want you to be, and it doesn't, as long as everyone's aware of which version you're looking at, it's, you just want to make sure that you're considering it one way or the other.
Ms. Fasciotta.
Yeah, Joan, I mean, this is very confusing, and I don't think it accurately reflects, first of all, what the RTM approved, because this isn't the budget that the RTM approved. The RTM approved the 200's, I guess, 2.5 million less, and the number was actually not 200,88243 for the total department, it was minus the 2.5. Is there any way to reflect that non-lapsing account? I understand what you're doing, offsetting it on the bottom, but it doesn't jive with the RTM budget as approved. Is there any way of putting it into another account number, whatever you want to call it, and account for it that way, that's below the line in somewhere, and then reflecting that somewhere else? I just think that this is misleading both to the public and also to, the way that we had an approved budget when we first started out, because we didn't have the non-lapsing account.
Well, when you use the word misleading, we certainly don't want to be misleading. We're actually just trying to make everything apples to apples. We talked about breaking out in an entirely separate line. Didn't know if that would cause more confusion. We could go back to the other way and put a note on the bottom that of the same. I mean, we could essentially show it any way, but this is the way that it will be shown for accounting purposes and reporting purposes. And, if there was a consensus, I think we're happy to show it anyway. We just don't want it to cause confusion or any misleading fact interpretation. Exactly. And, like I said, Patrick has to do this on their side as well. And we definitely, we want to be consistent, but in both cases, you kind of need to show it. You can show it both ways.
Ms. Moriarty?
So I agree this is a confusing issue that we have dealt with. Some of it depends on how this chart is being used, right? So if we're using it to estimate what's the increase for fiscal '27 budget, to me, it's fairer not showing 2 years of a budget a transportation number reflecting where it would look like 11%, I believe, where that's not a 1-year change, that's a 2-year change. We also need to make sure we're not taxing twice for the same $2.5 million, right? We've already raised those funds. It's sitting in account. It's in fund balance, restricted for this purpose because the Board of Ed has already voted to use it for this purpose. I think one way we talked about doing it is to lower the use of fund balance or add the $2.5 million in use of fund balance in the fiscal '27 budget, but then that lowers the mill rate change, which I'm not sure everybody would want to see it that way. So it does get confusing. I do believe that this it's a more useful presentation to help evaluate the fiscal '27 budget changes. I think one thing we mentioned at the Budget Committee is if they hadn't used this $2.5 million non-lapsing account for transportation, it would have been the subject of an interim appropriation immediately when the school year started, because it was a contract expense they needed to enter into, that they didn't have that information early enough to go through the process come June for the board. So I don't disagree that it can be confusing this way, but I think it depends how we're using this chart and the percentages that we really need to focus on for doing a fiscal '27 budget.
Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't disagree that we all understand what the numbers are, but when you're looking at the top line, it says 2025 to 26 final budget, and that's not what's in the budget books. So that is misleading, because somebody looking at that line will see a $2.5 million increase that was not in the budget that was approved. So somehow we need to account for it, but account for it in a way that it makes sense, and that is, that somebody looking at it can understand that the Board of Ed was really the one that chose not to put the 2.5 in whatever operating for the buses, but it's there in a non-lapsing account. So
Mr. Weisbrod,
I can't
sorry.
support this table as it is.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes. Oh, thank you. Well, one way to do that would be through a footnote. We could, I mean,
Yeah, and I
point,
think that's probably the best
No, I mean, no. Leave all the numbers the way they are as the controller has done and explain whatever that variance is by means of a footnote. And that would, address the issue. I mean, because you have, as you report this for as you report for our audited financials, I think you've gotten advice that this is the correct way to do it, I think, right?
Well, we've never had this situation before. Mr. Alchek and then Mr. Argentine. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you, can I ask my question now, or are
Hang on
you?
a second.
We're having technical difficulties.
There's another mic over here.
You look for the green and then it takes a second.
Red. Oh, here we go.
There it goes.
Well, I was just going to say, sometimes external reporting does differ from internal reporting, so this is closer to what, this is closer to what we would, but I don't know that that's necessarily, I mean, we could, put it this way, we could footnote either way. So we could go back, we could take it out of here, and you'll show the larger, increase across, and then we could footnote the 2.5 million. So we put it in, and then with this way, we just would need to footnote it better either way, so.
May I ask my
Mr.
question now?
Olczak.
Thank you. So I want to continue that line for just a moment and ask, what do our auditors suggest? I don't know what accounting regs are here, but what do they suggest? I understand we can footnote it, one of two ways, but what's the way that our advisors are advising us?
So once it's appropriated in this fiscal year, it will be a revised budget.
So does that mean, does that mean, oop, I'm not sure. Yeah, there we go. Does that mean that the way you've indicated, we've complied with the accountants?
That's correct, yeah. But again, that's external reporting, so.
Yeah, Ms. Jansen and then Mr. Argentine. I'm sorry.
Okay. For full transparency to the public and to the RTM and others, what is approved by the RTM is 198, 382, 430. It is very confusing to then see 196, 429, 430 as the final budget and have this 30 million with the additional 2.5. It is not helpful. And I've never seen this in, I realize it's a new concept here with the lapse fund, but I think it's confusing for an individual. And I don't think it represents reality, because the reality is the final budget was 198 with a revision later. And that's been done in the past in the budget books and whatever, but the guidelines really, this is the final budget, 198.
Mr. Argentine?
I'm going to ask, is it possible to do something like you do with the school lunch fund and set it up separately as a fund? And therefore, it would be treated like many of our other funds, but so that you would have the fund balance would be the lapsing account, and then the expenditures for that lapsing account would be done in the new lapsing account fund balance.
So it would still be part of the general fund, though, so in the end, it would roll up into the general fund. Maybe I can make a suggestion, just so that you can still proceed on with, maybe what we can do is print it out, with that, we had an original version with the 2.5 not in there. I mean, just so that you can proceed, would you want us to print out so that you'll have both to look at? It's just a suggestion, because I don't know that I don't want this to hold up, your discussions.
Well, we need to have one or the other that gets attached to the guidelines. We can't
Right,
have
so,
both.
but I didn't know if it would help to see what the original one was.
I think,
But
given,
it's a,
I think given Karen's comments, that it would be helpful to have, at least until we finish, approving the guidelines, to have that other version too. If some people here want to talk about it or look at it, just understand, I think that would be constructive.
Does the other version account for the 2.5 million source of funds? Or you're only? Okay, so that's double taxing then, right? So then we would be, the mill rate increase would reflect needing to cover that 2.5 million. I think that adjustment would have to be made in fiscal '27. That would be the chart that people should look at then.
Have another comment?
Can I- Harry, can I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Aurora, please.
Why, I mean, typically when we do, an interim appropriation, because the budget's short for that fiscal year, we would put it into the '27 budget for that department, and then, like Ms. Moriarty said, we really can't do that here because we don't want to have a double taxation. So, I mean, I guess there's two suggestions. If there is a way to put it in the '27, like treat it as an interim in some sense, put it in the '27 and then do the offset in the funding side, the same way you did in the '26 side, right? You know how you have use of BOE non-lapsing, 2.5 million? If you just move that to the '27 budget and then show it as an interim, then it wouldn't touch the mill rate, to Ms. Moriarty's point. I recognize that's not completely the right way to do it because it's a little bit unique that it's not an interim. And the other way, I think, to think about this, which is I think some of the points that Ms. Jansen and Ms. Fasciolotis is making is, and I think, Joan, you recognize this as well, is that the percent increase is not accurate based upon the base. So, and I think this happened a couple years ago on a different issue, not the 200s line on schools, but what we did is we just added a line below it. For example, in this case, you would say 200s, whatever that number was, 27.7. Right on below it, you write 200s adjustment, 2.5 million, and then you keep everything else the same. And then, at the bottom where you say total department operating costs, you keep the old number and you say adjusted department operating cost. This way, it still makes sense to the RTM because they can see the other number right above it. But more importantly, the 200s line, which shows the percent increase, then reflects a true increase based upon what was approved in '26. And I think that's kind of to me, it's an easy fix. And I think even from an accounting perspective, I think most accountants would agree. Maybe Matt can chime in, or David can chime in. That's probably a more accurate way. Because the objective of these reports is to make sure we give a fair representation to the people that are reading it. And right now, the percent doesn't make any sense. Just leave it on,
Just
Joe.
leave it on.
you'll see in the calculation that what happens is it affects it drops down into the mill rate, and it does offset. So, but we can probably adjust it so that it's and you doing what you're saying. So Agnes has tried to reflect what you were saying. So let's take a look and see. We did go back and forth on this a bit, trying to figure it out. Just so your ideas, they all make sense. It was just,
Yeah.
what in the end. I agree with you because then you're showing both, but then it also will create questions as well.
I think it'll be, because especially if you're going to call it the revised budget, Joan, it won't change the bottom half at all. It'll just add that one line. And I think we've done this before, and I can't remember, I'm sorry, on what we did it on. It was exactly the same situation where the percent increase was not showing right, and we just said, let's just add a line and write the word ADJ, adjustment, and I think it's clean, and you obviously can't call it the '26 final budget, you would call it the '26 revised budget.
Or adjusted, maybe.
Or whatever,
Okay.
yeah. something
Okay,
like that.
thank you.
Ms.
Final
Tarkington.
adjustment, yeah.
Won't the non-recurring I mean, not the non-rec, what do we call it?
Non-lapsing.
The non-lapsing account be there until it's spent? Well, isn't it sort of like a part of fund balance? So therefore, shouldn't it all balance out so it doesn't impact the mill rate? I mean,
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah.
saying on the top half, it would be reported differently, but it would balance out with the non-lapsing on the bottom.
okay.
Okay, it seems like we've got a solution to this.
Well,
I don't know.
we said we're going to look at it. I mean, you also have to change then the percentage budget. The 26 percentages were probably modified to include the 2 million. So if you take the 2 million out, those need to be modified. The 2.99% of total of increase over fiscal '25 budget. Because, right, so that's going to be changing, and then we're going to have 2 years' worth of the transportation number. It's just everything needs to be clearly footnoted. Nobody's trying to play with numbers here. It's just a matter
No,
of
of course.
the
We all agree on that.
presentation. And it's a unique situation.
Can I just, Lucia?
I'm sorry, yeah, Ms. Jansen.
I just have a quick question. This is maybe a silly question, but why did this not get presented as an interim appropriation? Is the new legislation allowing for 2.5 million to be used without any comptroller, BET,
It is-
normal process?
As
interim?
of 2024, the statute was revised so that it can be done with approval of the Board of Education
Only?
only. Before that, it would have required town
Okay, thank you.
board. Yeah.
And can I?
And just to clarify, that's up to 2% of their budget.
And is it, thank you, is it specific that the, is it specific that the carry forward balance can be used for transportation purposes and not for other, are they specific about, is this allowed under that statute?
The statute says it has to be for education purposes.
Right.
That's the exact wording.
And
But
there
the
you-
Board of Education specifically approved it for transportation.
Though that's exactly what my question is, though, that I don't quite follow that. I mean, so the Board of Education is saying that they're going to use it for transportation, but the statute says it's specific for academic. Is that?
No, not academic, for education
Oh,
purposes.
education, so more broadly defined.
More
Which would
broadly.
include transportation and
Includes
busing. Are we
ex-
clear on, is that clear?
Yes, yeah. I mean, that is the
Who's
exact
making that
wording, and it
interpret?
is.
Who makes that who's making that interpretation?
Board of Ed.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that we're talking here on the finance board that this, so I would back this up. Okay, this is how I would think about this. First of all, I'd want to make sure we're on firm footing for the reclassification of the budget, which is what we're doing here. That's one thing, and that's the root of my initial question. The second is we have an accounting question. So I'd like to just see the journal entries from the general ledger where we're taking these, we're now fund carry forward balances and they're now encumbered, right? We're they've been encumbered for 2.5 million of transportation costs. So what are those journal entries? The second issue is this budget, which is different than the accounting issues related to the general ledger and the audit and the financial reporting elements. It is, I agree with my colleagues, this is a very confusing way to present this. I think everyone understands what your intention is, but we should really maybe use, I don't know, that maybe we're going to go into recess, but maybe we could just think about how, a couple of different options in terms of how to report the budget so that we're more clear. I think the footnote option would be good. There's some other things we should think about, but this is unclear. So I would just want to make sure those three things are done. Does that make sense? I can go back through what those three things are again.
No, that's.
Apparently,
that's
we
fine.
have the revision done by Agnes. Is it,
So, because. Does that make sense? So we have an older version here. Perhaps if you are taking a recess, we can go through this more. I mean, we had discussed this with the budget committee. I don't want to do this too hastily, because now we went back to an older version that we had previously worked on. And we have the 2.5 million being shown as, use of the non-lapsing account in fiscal 27. But that does, because that's $1, that reduces your taxes directly. So it drops to the mill rate. Mathematically, it drops, so the mill rate increase drops to 3.98, and we haven't really done anything. So that's why this is also misleading. The only other thing I think we can do is just completely break it out separately. And I just want to go line by line and not do this too quickly.
Okay, Mr. Weisbrod?
This is on, yeah. So this is, I think everybody's intentions are good, but my concern is that the professionals, in this case, the controller and the budget director, be given the benefit of the doubt in how they're presenting it. In other words, it would not be, in my view, appropriate for us to in any way dictate or influence how they feel is the right way to do this. It's in their orbit. I've never seen a matter like this, and everybody's intentions are good. It's not about that. It's just that I feel a little bit uncomfortable that we on the BET would influence how this be done by the professional staff. And so I think that due care needs to be given, and we need to defer to the judgment of these professionals as they do it, with all the explanations that are needed in order to make it as clear as can be. So I'm kind of very nervous about doing anything on the run while we're discussing this. It makes me extremely uncomfortable. It really does. Yeah.
If you like, I'm happy to share this so that you can take a look, and it will show you on the top section, what you want to see. And my concern is that when you use the fund balance in fiscal 27, it's just a dollar for dollar decrease. So that's why it has more. It drops down the mill rate increase.
Do you have copies for
Yeah.
all of us?
There needs to be an offset somewhere.
Yeah, Ms. Tarkington.
So, Joan, I'm not an accountant, so we have two CPAs on our board, but is it possible to have this like a contra account up in, just below the 800s, so that we have the non-lapsing account there as the revenue source to counter that additional $2.5 million? I mean, we've done that in past years where we want to make, say, human resources changes, and we've concentrated and done things like that. I don't know if my CPA friends have any comments on that.
So it just shows the full 4 million, and then it shows use of fund balance in 27 versus 26.
It shows it like an appropriation. It shows it like an appropriation, and then the offset in the next year, which is not totally accurate.
Exactly.
Right, yeah. So this was the version.
But the numbers change in the percentages, and the calculations can't be right.
Where,
This is the original one.
I'm sorry?
196 is 3.02.
Yeah, I think
196.
I think it would be appropriate for us to recess now,
Look at the 198 right here.
No, look at the
and we'll do our best to get back here. I hate to say 8 o'clock,
What's
but
the
that
one
would
on
be
the
a good
right?
objective.
That's right, the 193, 196.
they're showing the same percentage. They're showing the same percentage as the number.
Why don't we use the finance department? I'd suggest that the Republicans will meet in the finance department conference room. I don't think the Mazza room's available to us anymore. I don't know about the Gisborne for you. No, the Gisborne's being used for election.
There's RTM.
Okay, it's 8:30. Apologize for the delay. We're coming back into session to address the agenda item about the budget guidelines. And in order to discuss this, we need to I'll make a motion to put on the table the text of the budget guidelines that was distributed in the packet and on our desks today. If I could have a second, please.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by myself, seconded by Ms. Tarkington to put the guidelines on the table. Are there any further motions?
Yes. Yes, I would like to amend the paragraph that begins, "For this reason." And I would like to delete the last sentence of that paragraph that begins, "The goal is to strive to reduce." And I would like to delete the first sentence of the following paragraph that reads, "The BET, after consolidation of the town and BOE fiscal year 27 budgets." I'd like to delete that sentence also, please. And in lieu of that, I would like to substitute to the earlier paragraph that begins, "For this reason," a sentence that says, "For town departments, the BET has set an objective of an overall increase in the total operating budget of 2.75%, and for the schools, an overall,"
No, can I?
no, I know, I realized that we said it twice though, Karen, so that I was reworking it. Okay? So skip what I said. For town departments, the BET has set an objective of an overall increase in the total operating costs of 2.75% for the town. And for the schools, 3.25%, period. This does not include the projected healthcare cost increase of 13%, period. Then,
Wait a second. Can
oh,
we-
I'm sorry.
I take it you don't have copies of your changes to distribute,
No, we don't.
Read that again? This does
What-
not
where-
include,
projected
That last sentence says, "This does not include the projected healthcare costs increase of 13%. Period. Okay, you getting it?
I'm with you.
The next sentence, residents expect taxes is, excuse me, the next sentence, residents expect taxes is just to be moved down to be, it's a separate paragraph. So that sentence reads, residents expect taxes to be affordable and not to exceed inflation. Exactly as it's there, it's just moving it into a single sentence paragraph.
Do the exhibit also?
So that was that one. I'm gonna hand this,
Wait, let's-
You want
I second that
well,
motion.
I think,
Or you want to include the additional changes, or?
well, how do you
Well,
want
we
to
can do
handle
it
it?
separately.
So
Well,
that-
it's
those are the
probably
changes
cleaner-
to the letter.
It's probably cleaner if we consider the letter first and then the
Okay.
exhibits.
Okay, so it's been, that change as read by Ms. Tarkington has been moved by Ms. Tarkington and seconded by Ms. Vasiliotis.
Karen, do you want to add the changes in the bullet points or not?
No, we just decided to make it cleaner and do that separately.
So prepared that they really make this easy for us.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
Is there any rationale that you'd like to provide? Any explanation for what you're throwing at us at the last minute?
This was a discussion point that we had in an earlier, this was a discussion point that we had in an earlier version, and it has been suggested that this is an alternative to consider. And please note that no longer is there a mill rate increase.
So, can I ask, which version of the exhibit do these percentages, it's an increase over the current year's budget, right? But there's no way to compare that to the continuation
no.
budget unless I know which one you're looking at.
This is the change to the estimate budget total department operating costs.
Which
Which version of Exhibit 1? So what's the total town, well, the total
Well,
town's
it's my
change.
understanding that that decision was being deferred. I suggested we start with this, but
But then how do we, so the increase of 3.25% is off of what base?
Yeah,
Is it the
I can- I can
200.8
comment.
million?
Yeah, I
or-
can comment on that. So the first question, Leslie, of yours was, what's the basis of these changes? So the basis of,
Are you in the mic, please?
sorry, am I on?
Yeah, it's your-
Okay, I'm sorry. The discussion to remove the line around the mill rate increase just came from the discussion earlier in the meeting where Ms. Elliott made the comment that property values are projected to go up 25%. So we kind of made the comment that the mill rate increase really doesn't make sense. I know you said that we can use it off of a baseline number, but knowing that 2.5 to 3.5% is not a real number, it just makes sense to remove it. The line above it, the goal is to strive to reduce the increase in cost. I just think is a very confusing way to say reduce the increase. It just seems to be, the idea here is that we're making is that 150 basis points, it's not clear what number we're working off of. So it was just really to avoid the confusion. The new language that Ms. Tarkington proposed is actually the exact same language that we've used in the guidelines before. And then the number, I guess, the final question that you asked is, what are you basing this off of, the 2.75 and the 3.25? I'm basing it off of the 25-26 approved final budget. The only discussion we're having in that exhibit is how to present the 2.5 million surplus, but that's neither here nor there. The 2.75 and the 3.25 is based upon the increase in the final fiscal 26 budget on the towns and the schools. Everything else is just the presentation around it.
So have you calculated what that number is?
No, we just looked at percent.
So we can calculate it, right?
Sure, if you'd like to.
So that would result in a Board of Ed budget of $204,829,895, which is 204,829,895. So that is $3.7 million reduction from a continuation budget. And is there a rationale of how or why you think the Board of Ed can achieve that?
That we had for these guidelines is always just based upon, when you look at inflation, which is usually the target that we look at for increasing budget year on year. Again, these are guidelines, so of course, we expect certain town departments to come below that guideline and some departments to come above that guideline, but just in general, guidelines are just to give a sense of where we feel the costs are going to be. Again, not knowing anything about where the budget, what it's going to look like next year. We know inflation's around 2.9 today. It's projected to go down by most people next year. I know there's some disagreement on that, but generally it's trending downwards. So inflation will be somewhere between 2.5% and 3% next year, consensus, again, not what I'm saying. So based upon that, that's where the 2.75 and the 3.25 really represent just inflationary charges. Again, these are not fixed numbers, these are guidelines. Certain departments, again, will come in below, and certain departments will come in above. And then I guess that's a discussion for next year.
Well, I think the response to these numbers, I think it's overly, once again, very onerous for both the departments, but more for the schools to achieve that, because we know their increases, both in transportation, is not in their control at the moment, and we know that their the recently approved GEA contract, which accounts for a lot of their budget, comes in excess of that amount. So the language that you've included here too, so is not a strive to achieve a target, it's their budget should be set at that number. So to me, that sounds like a firm cap, which I think has gotten this board into a lot of trouble in the past, because it doesn't allow for the additional information that we learn about budgets as the process goes on. I mean, this is clearly not
Oh, no, I
something
was gonna
that
let
I
you
would
say.
feel comfortable supporting.
Does anybody else want to speak on this?
I don't even know where to begin.
Mr. Weisbrot?
So we don't see any guidelines till a couple of days ago. The guidelines come in, we have a couple of budget committee meetings. We discuss the guidelines, we come to an impasse. Then we meet as a full BET, and all the previous discussion is scrapped. And we now have a completely new formula that was just, appears to have been, drafted on the fly in a room within the break. And the language, as Ms. Moriarty said, is talking about an objective. So within the last 20 minutes, during the half hour during this break, in your wisdom, you're putting out an edict to say the schools have got to come up with $3.7 million and the town another million and change, more than likely. We had made some progress in the discussions at the Budget Committee, some substantial progress in agreeing that there's an appetite for how much the mill rate can increase. We had a range, and we thought we could work on that together. And we were relatively close to some sort of an accommodation, compromise, whatever you want to say, because it's in all of our interest to keep the mill rate as low as possible. That's certainly the goal that we all share. But this kind of haphazard behavior is the same thing that we experienced earlier in the year that caused such division and such strife. So I don't think it's thought through. In fact, it's obviously not thought through. And it's just no way to run the railroad. It's no way to do business. It's staggering in my mind. That's all I can say.
I'll respond that until the Republicans put forth guidelines, we didn't see any guidelines from the Democrats, taking the lead. So we took the lead. Yes, we've made some changes, but we explained the mill rate deletion change because of the assessor reporting how much of a change there would be in the reval that's going to be used for the 27 budget. So we've explained that. This has been well thought through by the 6 Republicans, and it's our revised position as to what should be done. Ms. Vasiliotis?
I'm sorry.
No, I do agree.
Just to address Ms. Moriarty, I mean, the semantics of strive versus objective, I just went to the thesaurus, and quite frankly, objective is also meaning aspiration or intention or target. So I think strive to and objective are very similar, and the objective would be to bring it in at that. And obviously, some departments will be higher, maybe not. But again, based on what we know today, I think that it's a fair compromise.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Mr. Selps?
I think you actually stated the issue quite succinctly yourself, Mr. Fisher. What you really told us is this is the policy of the Republicans. It doesn't mean anything that we had budget committee. Doesn't mean anything that there had been prior decisions about it. Your caucus has made up your minds. This is what's going to be. You've got the votes. And you're really not interested in talking with us. And you're really not interested in hearing what we have to say. This is just a rerun of what we saw on decision day. It's no way to govern this town.
Yeah, I think we are listening, but all you're doing is, you object?
So we did work, I think, very closely and collaboratively in the Budget Committee. We had listened to everything you wanted, which was, pretty much in the estimated budget. We listened to you, talked with you, made some changes to an original version last Friday based on the input that we had from you, David, and Leslie. We worked collaboratively with you. We moved off of the direction we were headed, which is very similar to tonight. And, we thought we had come to agreement. And so we were very surprised when our guidelines were rewritten by you all. And, it was disappointing in today's meeting that something that we thought we had pretty much come to agreement, you were no longer willing to do, and you had changed the numbers actually fairly substantially, and chose to go in another direction rather than work together. It was a very disappointing meeting after what I think was a very constructive meeting on Friday. And, and so we want to move ahead. We want to give the department's guidance to move ahead. And this is, we had to move away from the solution that we thought we had together to get it accomplished.
So, may I speak, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure what your definition of collaborative is, but what happened over the past 5 days is not my definition of collaboration. First of all, as David said, we got the first written guidelines, and yes, the written guidelines for the past 2 years have come from the Republican caucus, who chairs a majority of the board. I had asked repeatedly of Ms. Tarkington to attend meetings that she was having with the staff to discuss the assumptions and discuss approaches, and I was never invited to a single meeting. So they were being worked on independent. Excuse me, let me finish. They were being worked on independently with the expectation that they were going to be delivered to us to talk about at the Budget Committee. We get them on Wednesday afternoon for a Friday morning meeting. Clearly, we have 36 hours to look at them, and you've had a month to write them. So in those 36 hours, we did convey some of the concepts that we were comfortable and not comfortable with. After that meeting, the output was we were going to send you wording changes. It was never that there was new things. And the wording changes I made, and I am going to and will continue to make motions for everything in here that is totally wrong. That second paragraph is a fallacy. I don't know what town you're working in or what board you're working on, but to pat yourselves on the back.
Excuse me, we're discussing the amendment.
I am responding to the comments made by Ms. Tarkington that this was a collaborative process. This was nothing to look like a collaborative process. So we made those track changes. We submitted those. And then Ms. Tarkington was not available. I get that that happens. I was not available earlier on Saturday to accomplish the task, but we had from Friday to Tuesday to try to get it done. And so continuing to work on it, we just adopted the changes that we presented to you at 11 in the morning on Sunday to send you what we sent on Sunday night. And then, we were arguing or discussing today over the presentation of Exhibit 1, which we identified on Friday, didn't appear to be a useful document for planning 27 budget. And we were at like a 1% request for the departments to try to achieve, and you were at 1.5%. We weren't that far apart. I do think adding a mill rate in here is a useful exercise. It's an average mill rate change for the town as a whole. Yes, it is not an individual mill rate change by resident, but it is an appropriate number that we reflect in our budget book every year. If you turn to the mill rate increase chart, it shows it both with and without revaluation. It is an appropriate tool to estimate how much taxes are changing from year to year. And we did have an agreement at today's meeting, 2.5 to 3.5. We had the same agreement Friday. That didn't change. It's just, how do you get there? How much do you expect to come from the departments? And how much flexibility do you give them? And how much do we know fixed charges changes between now and the end? There are judgment calls that the BET makes on fixed charges. And so substantively, I disagree with the amount of change you're asking from the departments and what message you're sending. Your message is sending, we want a reduction in force. And I don't believe we know that that's necessary for the financial goals of the town. Again, we're talking also a one-year budget. It doesn't help me understand where we're going and where we're moving forward and what our opportunities are. This doesn't mention one single word about capital in the text and what to expect for capital, and that's been a point of contention for past several budgets. So this document is incomplete. Your specific change on this motion, I think, is overly aggressive for the departments to deliver the services we need, and the wording does not allow for flexibility by the departments in trying to interpret that number.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I have a question. This is a
Mr.
question of
Weisbrod.
fact. So if I'm
Are you
dealing
talking
with,
in the mic?
oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to deal with the math. Pardon me for being a little bit disorganized, but there's a lot of numbers. So if I apply the 2.75% for the town, to me, that would mean a $300,000 decrease. So essentially what you're saying in your thoughtfulness is that you want to make a major strategic, structural, draconian changes to the way the town's continuation budget looks, and you want to put the burden entirely on the schools. Because it's a couple of $300,000 for the town and the 3.7 million for the schools. Is that what you intended to do, to say the burden will fall entirely or essentially entirely on the schools? If that's your intent, then we should be clear about that. I don't agree with that intent, and I doubt if you've thought it through enough to really understand what you wrote here.
Any further discussion?
Any response to that? I mean, it's infuriating. It's just infuriating. There's no response because there's no thought.
We've already responded.
Yes.
Can I,
Mr. Deschamps.
I'm just trying to understand what this amendment is. And I sat through the Budget Committee meeting, and there was some consensus on the overall tax increase between, it seemed to me, in the Budget Committee, but very little else was agreed to, it seemed to me. And it also, in a version I saw, where the Democratic members of the Budget Committee tried to clarify that these are in fact guidelines and not caps, and that was rejected, which is confusing to me. I don't know why that language would have been deleted when we're agreeing that these are guidelines, but when we suggest clarity that they are in fact not caps, you do not want to state that they are not caps. And so what that does is put particular pressure on the whole body here, I would think, to make sure that these numbers have some tethering to reality. Because what happens is they have to then face reality. I'm confused, and I would hope, if I could ask, I don't know who the author of the amendment, I think the motion was made by Ms. Fasciolotis. If she could maybe, or was it Ms. Harkington? Sorry, it was clarified, but it was just confusing to me. If we could reread that, the amendment, that would help me. And I think Ms. Moriarty did the math, which is incredible to me that that math wasn't done. But what the math and what the mathematical impact is to the actual budget. Forget the language. I want to understand the language because you're asking us to agree to this. So I want to be really clear. And I would have thought, in the spirit of collaboration, you would have sent it to us in writing. We've discussed many times on my tenure here when we make these amendments on the fly. Oh, I didn't get them, I didn't get to review them. We don't do this kind of stuff on the fly, but the truth is we do. We do these amendments on the fly. We say we don't when it suits us, but the fact is we do, and I'm okay with that. But they should be sent to us in writing. I do not understand what Ms. Tarkington was saying, the language she was using. Am I expected to sit here and write that all out, make sure that I've got the punctuation right, I've got the language right, which will go into guidelines that I'm going to be asked to approve? Doesn't make sense. I'd ask for them to be reread again so I can understand them, A. And B, could we do the math on what the impact would be to the budget? So if you could read it again, I would appreciate that, and if we could go through the math. I think Ms. Moriarty did the math, which I appreciate, but I don't know why that wasn't done with the amendment. But could we do those two things?
Do you just want the new language? That's what you are asking for. So the new language reads, for town departments, the BET has set an objective of an overall increase in the total operating costs of 2.75% for the town, and for the schools, 3.25%. The next sentence. This does not include the projected healthcare costs increase of 13%. And then we said, the next sentence, residents expect taxes to be affordable and not to exceed inflation, becomes a single sentence paragraph.
And when we say that we expect it to be affordable and not exceed inflation, are we talking about, forever, in perpetuity? Are we talking about, inflation based on what number? We haven't received inflation numbers since August.
Waste of time.
I appreciate the,
Well, I think as we said in the.
what's the inflation number? We're saying 3%, but that's an old number, right? And
There
we're
is no-
prognosticating what.
We've been
inflation-
using the area BLS CPI, and apparently it hasn't been produced since August. That's the latest that I've seen. I guess it probably has to do with data that's being produced nationally.
Right, so my point is you're making my point, which I appreciate, we're agreed on that. I mean, that BLS inflationary number hasn't been updated since August, as I mentioned, and you're agreeing, because it hasn't been. So I'm just not sure what number we're using, but put that aside, that we don't know the real current inflation number. What was the math then that would impact the actual budget for the schools then, particularly for the schools? What is the new number?
Ed asked 3.7, but Agnes ask our budget director.
Have you seen this? Is this the first year? This is the first year you're doing this on the fly now too, right?
Yeah, but can I just say one thing?
Sure.
If it is, inflation based, it could potentially, and this might, make sense that it be on the base that includes the 2.5 million. Just going to throw that out there. The math on that would be 207 million versus 204 million. So just something to think about. Because if you're truly, looking at it from that direction as inflation based, then you do want the 2.5 million in your base, because those are real costs in the base. Again, because 204 might sound a lot more unreasonable than 207. That's a fact. So if you have the exact numbers, right? It was 204, 62, 829, and then if you include the 2.5 million in the base, it's 207, 411, 109. 411, 109, I believe. Did I do that right?
What's the reduction from the continuation budget for each of those?
My screen is messed up, so do you have that?
You see how, but I just want to make the point, though. You're asking, we had a motion, we're about to take a vote, and we don't know what the numbers were going to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm just,
It's an estimate.
No, but you should know, you guys should, the problem is that you're saying it's an estimate, but then say that and say that
Yeah, but
they put
Matt,
the.
I mean-
No, I'm speaking, you don't have the floor. What I just wanted to get to was, we tried to say specifically that it's an estimate, not a cap, but you take the language out, so it becomes more precise, right? Because then later on, you'll say, well, this is the number, you're coming in, the Board of Ed or others are coming in with numbers that are not in, not in comportment with the guidelines. That's the problem. I think if you were even to include the language saying that this is an estimate, not caps, which Ms. Moriarty, Mr. Weisbrod suggested, that would create more flexibility here. You're saying it's an estimate.
Ms. Aurora?
I mean, it says 26, 27 estimated budget, so I don't know what the real, I think the question you're asking is what is 2.75% versus 2.5%? And I think we're debating 25 basis points, and I think Mr. Weisbard's saying the world is falling apart on 25 basis points. I'm not really clear. I mean, this is, again, these are guidelines, so we're saying that I just did the math really quickly. It's not very difficult math, especially for finance people. Putting 2.75% above and beyond where the town is, it gets us to a couple $100,000 difference. And for the schools, $1.5 million. We know that the schools had $2.5 million surplus this year. Again, these are estimates. This is not to say, right now, we're projecting a 4% on schools. And again, I don't know which budget we're looking at. Whether we write 3.5 or 3.25 and then write, well, we're going to try and reduce it by half and 1. I think we're all saying the same thing. And I think the other point I want to make is the discussion on removing the mill rate. I think Ms. Moriarty also said that we like to include the mill rate because it gives taxpayers an idea of what their tax increase looks like. That's just not true, because the mill rate, again, is a ratio of the overall operating costs divided by the property value. The operating cost increase is a better reflection of tax increase. The mill rate actually could stay flat, and your taxes could go up. I think most residents care more about the absolute dollar of tax increase rather than the percent increase. So the mill rate really is just kind of an output based upon property values and operating costs. I think you know that as well. So I think it's a good idea to take that piece out, but everything else that we're discussing, whether the number should be 204 or 203 or, and we can absolutely do the math. It's not too difficult, and I'm happy to do it while we're chatting. But the differential really that we're talking about for the towns is, I think, 400,000, and for the schools is $1.5 million based upon the budget number 9 that we have in front of us, Joan. And again, the 2.5 is still a cushion, which was a surplus this year. So again, if the schools come in with a budget of 204, that's all still within the same ballpark of plus minus where we ended up last year and where we project next year. I'm not sure why this is, this is really, again, I feel like we're kind of speaking not collaboratively. So the point here is to give a guideline and a guidance. You said 2.5 to 3.5 with the objective to reduce half to 1. And we're saying 2.75 to 3.25 without any guidance. And it's kind of like, I feel like it's almost the same thing. It's just we're being more clear. But you don't
No,
agree?
your
Yeah.
math is
Ms.
wrong.
Moriarty?
The math is wrong because you're doing the 3.25 over the fiscal '26 budget, which does not take into account the $8 million increase for transportation, right? The 2-year number for transportation it's about $3 million for each year, I believe.
Yeah, I'm just going off of
So-
this, Leslie, so I apologize.
But
That's
I'm
the numbers
telling
I'm
you-
using.
Right, so when you just use, a 3.25% off of a base number that included the transportation, then maybe that is closer to what we were proposing in our guidelines is for a change.
That is
But-
the intent.
But if you exclude transportation, then they can't cover that bus cost. Because what you're asking for is a $3.7 million reduction from this continuation budget, not 208, it would be 204.8. And what our controller was saying, to the 204, if you add the 2.5 million at least, It doesn't cover the entire transportation increase, but it certainly covers what's already been taxed for. You would get a much smaller number. You would get closer to $1 million reduction from the continuation budget. And the controller should correct me if I'm wrong with that. But that's certainly closer to a number, that's the 0.5% that we were looking at. And I think there is a range. I think it's better to give a range for the department and the schools also. So I think it's important that you get the numbers are clear. As the language is stated in this amendment, it is a $3.7 million reduction from the continuation budget.
Is there any further discussion?
But, yeah, if I could just add, I mean, this is like why it's hard to support it. You know, it's not even necessarily that it's very difficult to support it because, you know, some of my colleagues are saying, oh, the math's easy, the math's easy. Yeah, the math's easy, but it's not, we're not doing it right. We don't really know what the number is. It's 3.7 million reduction from the continuation budget. It seems to me like a significant number, given how much, you know, I think that's a big number to me. I mean, I don't know. I think taxpayers would agree. I think we should agree that that's a big number, and yet we don't. It's the process too, right? It's just this process that bothers me. You guys are saying you're going to be collaborative. I appreciate that, I really do, but it doesn't seem that way in practice. You had your caucus, you had your recess, you come back, and then you're like, here's the language. This is it. We didn't do the math. It's easy to do, but we didn't do it. We don't know what the impact is. Okay, now we still don't really fully understand what that is as a group here. We're putting people on the spot here at 9 o'clock at night to kind of figure out, okay, what are the numbers? And it's our job to know what the numbers are. I'm sorry, even if they're small to you, or even if it's simple math to do, we ought to be doing it, and we ought to be agreeing on it together. And I don't see that. You know, it says the town depends on the collaboration of highly qualified town of Greenwich career managers and BET. Well, we're not collaborating. You know, I know maybe some of you want to, but we're not. And I can't support this in this way. This is the path that gets us into trouble, this sort of approach. And I appreciate some of my colleagues reminding me what the title is of this, that it's an estimate. But I will tell you, having served on this body for like almost 2 years now, that oftentimes this gets waved around as more than an estimate. It gets waved around as a cap, as like, you missed this number, you know, you're over the budget guidelines. I've heard that repeatedly to town departments and to the Board of Ed. So it puts a specific element of importance and weight on these guidelines. If the ranges would be better, estimates are better, an earlier process is better, language pre-approved months ago would be better. We all agreed that in a debate, many of us did. Some of us weren't at the debate. But for those of us who were there seemed to be some consensus we could improve the process. This is an attempt to get budget guidelines done, which I actually really do appreciate. I mean, in 2023, they were done after an election. I appreciate the effort that went into trying to do this, but it's hard to support it for the reasons I cited.
None at this point.
Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Mr. Olchek.
I just have a simple question. Why are we debating this after we were presented with this just a few hours ago? Right? Why, I mean, if this is important, and I think it is, why were we given such a short period of time? It just feels like it's being jammed. Like, you can do this, you have the chair, you have the tie-breaking vote, you can do this, so that's what you'll do. I just don't, I have a simple question. Why are we being asked to debate this on a couple of hours' notice when some of us hadn't even seen it when we started to caucus at 5:30?
Mr. Chair, can I make a suggestion? I mean, I think Mr. Elchek makes very good point. Really, for the proper functioning and for this body to take this document seriously, we should adjourn and give time for the finance department to talk about that Exhibit 1, which is part of this, And for us to really get your language, I don't know if that's your only amendment. It doesn't sound like it was. There are other changes you want to make to this document. I don't see how we can, as a body, feel good about a final product that has not been well understood, well documented, and well researched. So I suggest we adjourn and find another date.
I agree. I would be in favor of that. I mean, we're trying to get these right. And, just to that point, to Ms. Moriarty's point, if I could just, I want to be quick here. It seemed like you guys have, that there's other amendments to the bullet points, and so it is hard to, again, just to like agree to these changes in a vacuum without knowing what other amendments you're looking to make. The document needs more work, and so I would be in favor of Ms. Moriarty's suggestion.
And please, at the very least, recirculate a new document with the new language.
If I could.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yeah, I also would very much like to second what Ms. Moriarty is saying. It's in our interest. We're heading into a new BET. Some of us will be serving on that. And the spirit of collaboration, the spirit of trying to come to some agreement is something that is extremely important for all of us. And I think it's worth giving it a stab and seeing whether we can reconvene once we've processed these changes and see whether on a brighter, sunnier day we can work this through. So I think there's a tremendous amount to be said about Ms. Moriarty's suggestion.
Well, the chair does not take suggestions.
Chair can use judgment.
Chair can take a motion.
I'll take a motion that we adjourn for the reason that has been previously stated on the record.
I second that motion.
I couldn't quite hear that.
I said I move that we adjourn the meeting for the reasons previously stated on the record by my colleagues.
And I second that motion.
So the motion on the floor from Mr. Selps, seconded by Mr. Alcheck, is to adjourn. I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Alfano,
No.
Ms. Jansen,
No.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Mr. Harkington.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis, Mr. Selps,
Yes.
Ms. Aurora,
No.
Mr. Deschamps,
Yes.
Mr. Alcheck,
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis.
It's a tiebreaker.
No, it's 5-5.
It's 5-5-1.
Yeah, so you have a tiebreaker.
And the motion fails.
No, the motion fails.
Motion fails.
Okay, we're back to the motion to amend.
Can I
think-
ask for a clarification of what's the financial target? Ms. Tarkington, you made the amendment that you're asking for the Board of Ed. Is it the 3.7 million or the 915,000?
Ms. Moriarty, that's one of the reasons that I asked if we were going to address the exhibit first.
What's the answer to
what's
the
the
question?
answer?
I mean, if
What's
you
the
have
number
to-
we're voting on?
So you don't know.
Right. I can only say it so many times.
Does anybody else on your caucus want to answer that
Everybody
question?
else is comfortable voting for it, apparently.
It's really unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
I think
If it weren't important, it'd be funny.
we'll address this to. Right. At this point, it does, the exhibit does not include the 2.5, because I think the consensus is that the 1 Mark 9 dated October 20th is not a good representation, because it does not reflect the budget as it was approved. I believe that the Finance Department is going to work to come up with a footnote to simply note the existence of the $2.5 million non-lapsing account. Is that correct, Joan?
That's not proper.
Pull it toward you.
Just takes there.
Honestly, we can show it either way. So I don't think, it's the 2.5 million. Do you want it in the base or do you want it out of the base? And we can show it separately and footnote it. But when you talk about an increase, it's a percentage increase. You can just specifically say before the 2.5 or after the 2.5. However we show it, I don't think we're ever going to all agree on how it gets presented in Exhibit 1. We will break it out separately, but then we need to decide together, do we include it in the totals or not include it in the totals? But I think as long as the guidelines are specific to, are you including or excluding? So if you're doing an increase, if you're suggesting an increase of 3.25%, is that on, if it is based on inflation, then it would seem to me that you would want to include it in the base because that's the true cost this year. If it's on another factor or done another way, I think as long as it's clear, I mean, we'll do everything we can to make it as clear as possible on here. I think whatever I say, however I say we're going to present it, someone's not going to like it, so.
And thank you for that, but, I think the intent was not to include the 2.5 in the basis. Quite frankly, last year, it was, the sky was falling, the schools don't have enough money, and we had a 2.5 million surplus. This year, we had 145, I think, decrease in students, and yet the budget for the schools reflected and that amount of students. So, we don't know what they're going to come in with at the end of the year. I think as a base, look, they've got to manage their budget and they've got to figure out how to make it work. The most comments that I've been hearing lately is that the Board of Education needs to take a look at programs and services that they're providing and come up with realistic numbers. And we've always done that in the past. We've always tied it into enrollment. We've always tied it into, again, we've departed so far from what we've done in the past with the schools that any discussion on the schools, quite frankly, are, as far as I'm concerned, meaningless because it's not a true discussion.
Mr. Deschamps.
Realistic numbers, I like the sound of that. That would argue, I mean, budget best practices, at least in my experience, would certainly argue for including the $2.5 million in the 26 year. Not to do that would be to not have realistic numbers, because you're now going to have a flux between 26, 27, a flux analysis where you're going to have a number that isn't realistic, isn't accurate. The bus contract was a subsequent event known after the creation of this budget. And so in order for the number to be more accurate as you compare year-over-year analysis, you'd want to include that number. Forget accounting for a minute, forget the RTM, just for a moment, put that aside, right? Right?
Right.
Right. I mean, because immediately you're setting yourself up for unrealistic expectations as to what the 27 budget was, and you have information now that you didn't have before, which is you have an executed bus contract, as Ms. Moriarty stated. That's reality. That's the reality. And then you're ignoring it, though, if you say, oh, we're going to take it out, why? Because there's ways to treat it. The footnote could be clarified. I think that's easily remedied. The $30,288,522 seems to me to be the right way to go about including the known number now as a subsequent event footnote, which is now an encumbered number that's going to be funded by the non-lapsing budget, right? The non-lapsing account, correct? Right. So to me, as an accountant and having done, I don't know how many hundreds of budgets, That's how I would do it, because if I'm looking at the flux analysis and I don't have that in there, and then I'm looking at the next year number, I immediately have a problem. Any financial analysis I did from those two numbers or any other subsequent numbers would be wrong, just not tied to reality. So like what you're saying and what you're advocating for are actually in conflict with each other. So I would just, if whatever we're gonna wind up doing with these guidelines, and I think we all want the same thing, we all want the same things. We want accurate numbers, we want guidelines that make sense. I would suggest we have the 3288,522 be the number with the 2.5 in it, as I think you, at least in one of these versions, you've suggested doing that. And to me, that makes some sense with a more descriptive footnote, which again is easily addressed.
Ms. Fasciotis?
You know, Matt, the reality is that we don't know what the reality is with the Board of Ed budget, and we never have. The Board of Ed made a $2 million reduction in their budget to transportation, disrupted the entire school system by changing bus routes, and they were supposed to be saving $2 million, and now they're costing us $2.5 million more. So I don't know what the real story is with busing, quite frankly. I think that the board needs to look at it and try to figure out what they're doing with busing, especially since there are less students than ever before. The costs, for fuel have gone down. Again, I'm not going to sit here and debate their contract, but the reality is that the Board of Education needs to pay more attention to their budget and figure it out better. And I think that that there's a lot of work that has to be done there. And I'm hearing it from a lot of people that are not on this board. So, again, I don't know what we're trying to accomplish here, but I think that a reduction that we've proposed is feasible and doable, especially since they've over budgeted this year and probably will have a surplus based on census. And I'm not really worried about the Board of Ed because the Board of Ed will figure it out.
Anybody else?
So I just want to clarify, the language that's being included here is for a $3.7 million reduction to the continuation budget. Is that the consensus for the Board of Ed, sorry, and it's 350,000 reduction from the town budget. So 4,052,000 overall from the continuation budget. Is that correct by everybody who has spoken in favor of this motion? Right? Does anybody disagree with that? All right, that's the interpretation. And I just have to add one more comment, even though it's not going to change any minds. Look, these budget guidelines have been worked on over a period of time now, and there's real information out there about what happened with the bus contract. They're not making this up. There is a contract that was signed, I believe. It was stated at meetings that that 2.5 million non-lapsing account they needed to keep in order to be able to sign a bus contract. And it was not trying to be hidden, and it was not trying to make the cuts that were in the proposed budgets that were made by this board last year to make them seem more onerous. I think that they did what they proceeded appropriately, because otherwise it would have been an interim appropriation and it would have delayed their ability to implement the change in the schedule. The contract had to be executed and it needed a source of funds. So there were some facts there. I think members on the budget committee had the who were preparing these documents had the responsibility to find out the facts about this continuation budget and that bus contract. But anyway.
Ms. Fasciotis?
Look, what was presented to the public was that the change in schedule and change in bus routes was to save $2 million, and that was not the case. So something is not right somewhere, and I don't know if we all know the full story on the bus contract, quite frankly.
The comments they were making at the meeting is that the increase in the bus contract would have been greater had those changes not been made. So there is. a
They were
savings.
presenting it as at least $1 million savings, which did not occur.
Okay, I'd like to move to a vote, please. Without objection, we'll move to a vote. This is the vote on the amendment. It was read out by Ms. Tarkington twice. Mr. Alfano,
Yes.
Ms. Jansen,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis. Yes. Mr. Selps,
No.
Ms. Aurora,
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps,
No.
Mr. Olczak.
No.
That's a 6-5-0. The motion passes.
So I'd like to make a motion
Okay, Ms. Moriarty.
to, I'm not going to do what I did at the Budget Committee because we're already working on a document, so we're going to go the sentence by sentence. So the paragraph that starts a preliminary estimate of the continuation budget. And my colleagues, we did submit copies, hard copies of the language that was developed by David and myself, and so I'm going to refer to that document to, for the sentence, in case you need to see it in writing. But the paragraph you have there, a preliminary estimate of the fiscal '27 budget is attached as Exhibit 1, period. It was developed assuming current staffing, service levels, and capital levels. I am going to delete capital levels in that sentence and then add the following sentence. This estimate is used to quantify a starting point for fiscal '27 and is not expected to reflect caps or guaranteed minimum funding. It reflects information known at this time. Actually, that last sentence is a repeat of what's already there, so I'll take out that it reflects information known at this time. So the sentence again that's to be added, we're deleting the word "and" capital, so it's staffing and service. This estimate is used to quantify a starting point for fiscal '27 and is not expected to reflect caps or guaranteed minimum funding.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Moriarty and seconded by Mr. Weisbrod. Discussion.
Just to give the background for that comment, though it might stand for itself, we have had numerous examples where these guidelines are used as a cap, that they are referred to as you exceeded the guidelines, and I think our departments need to know that this board wants to hear real information that affects their service level and operations, and that might change a budget number.
Further discussion? Excuse me. All right, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Alfano?
No.
Ms. Jansen?
No.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis?
I'm a no because I don't see the language that I have in front of me reflecting what was just read, so.
It's in the draft it was in the draft that
We're in
was
the
sent to
middle
you
of a vote,
today.
please.
I
Mr.
printed it off, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's in there.
Mr. Selps?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
No.
Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
Mr. Olczak?
Yes.
That's a 5-6-0. Motion fails.
I have another motion.
Ms. Moriarty?
So the second paragraph of this draft guidelines, I am making a motion to delete the entire paragraph and to replace it with the following two sentences. The town depends on the collaboration of highly qualified Town of Greenwich career managers, elected BOS, and elected and appointed BET, Board of Ed, RTM, and Board and Commission volunteers to act in the interest of all residents. The BET commends and thanks this teamwork.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Ms. Moriarty, seconded by Mr. Selps to alter the second paragraph as described.
So my rationale
Discussion?
my rationale for the change. So this paragraph, this flowery language in this paragraph talks about the great example of public-private partnerships of highly qualified people and that we are respected and admired. I think the actions of this board tonight show that that is not the case. We are not a cooperative group. We don't try to collaborate and try to work for the best interest of the residents. If we did, we would work together better. We talk about success of responsible spending and the value of the budgeting process is exemplified by recent awards. I think everything in this paragraph is a mischaracterization of everything we've seen over the past 4 years, I would say, and therefore I find it offensive included as written.
Further discussion?
Yeah.
Take a vote.
If I, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Deschamps.
I also just think, I agree with what Ms. Moriarty stated, but I also just think it's a misuse of public-private partnership definition. I just think it's a misuse of that terminology. What you're talking about here is effectively town government and elected officers working with the town. That's not a public-private partnership by any definitional accuracy. So I just think even just the whole paragraph should be eliminated for the reasons Ms. Moriarty stated, but if it gives any, it probably won't, but if people think about what you're saying here, I would just argue that many people who are reading this would say that's not what a public-private partnership even is.
Further discussion? Mr. Alchek?
I agree with Matt's comment on, this is an innocent mistake, but that's not what a public-private partnership is, right? A public-private partnership is when we looked for help to the Cohens for developing the Eastern Greenwich Civic Center. That's a public-private partnership. That's just a misuse of the term, and I'm sure it's an innocent mistake.
Further discussion? Okay, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Alfano? No. Ms. Jansen? No. Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis?
I'm going to pass.
Mr. Selfs?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
I'll pass as well.
Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
Mr. Olchek?
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis?
I'm going to pass one more time because I'm thinking.
Ms. Aurora?
I'm a no.
Ms. Vasiliotis?
I like a lot of what's in here, but I do think the first sentence has to be changed, so I'm gonna do an abstain at this point, because I do think it needs some work.
So that's a 5-5-1, so the motion fails. Would you like to propose something?
Well, I'm not.
Maybe at least suggesting the deletion of the public-private partnerships, right? Because there's nothing private about it. I think that's what I've struggled with that part of it, right?
Yeah,
There's nothing private about what we're talking about here. It's not accurate. It's just not. So if we can.
I think that if we get rid of just just make it the town's highly qualified career managers, because we assume that, and get rid of the finest example of highly coveted private partnerships are the, and just say the town has highly qualified career managers And I would just also just say, and just make it, and board and commission volunteers, because that would include the BET, the BOE, who together assure Greenwich's stature is admired and respected. I think that would read a little bit better, and I could get behind that.
You want to make that a motion?
So yes, I will make the motion to have the first sentence read, "The town has highly qualified career managers and board and commission volunteers who together assure Greenwich's stature is admired and respected."
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Vasiliotis and seconded by Mr. Alfano. Excuse the brain fade. Discussion. Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Mr. Alfano?
Yes.
Ms. Jansen?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrot?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yes.
Mr. Self?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. DeChamps?
Yes.
And Mr. Olczak?
Yes.
Okay, that looks to be 10-1-0. Excuse me. Okay, are there further motions?
Yes, I have a motion.
Ms. Moriarty, Ms. Moriarty.
I would like to, on the draft sent to you, there is a section on capital projects. So I am going to propose, I'll read it out loud, but you have the language in front of you. If the text doesn't include anything currently. So capital projects for the general fund. Capital projects for fiscal '27 per the current budget was projected at $117 million. However, there has already been shared information on projects both included and not included in that estimate that is incorporated. Riverside School is not expected to be ready for construction funding in fiscal '27. Hamel Rink and a renovated GHS pool are expected to need feasibility studies, and a few other projects reduced in prior budget cycles should be brought back. The current estimated capital project, for fiscal '27 is $79,630,000, and for the 5-year period of fiscal '27 through fiscal '31 is $438,961,000. Is there a second?
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Moriarty and seconded by Mr. Weisbrot. Discussion.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I think it's important to address capital in the guidelines. We've always done that before. I think it's important to give guidance to the medium-term, 5-year expected capital needs. I think the RTM has spoken about this. We've spoken about this ad nauseum. I think an indication as to what is on the horizon for fiscal year '27 is always been and should be a part of the guidelines. And so to have guidelines that are silent altogether on the matter of capital is a deficiency. So I think these are good suggestions, a good amendment.
Ms. Tarkenton.
So I just want to add here, we have not been through the budget additional background information, which was attached as Exhibit 2. Again, trying to keep the direction to management less in the overall written description, but the bullet point there is a bullet point that says under capital, which was Ms. Moriarty's suggestion to name that section capital, where there are 6 bullet points. Anyway, the final one is a 5-year plan estimate should be identified following the capital plan public hearing. There are also other bullet points that address capital.
Further discussion?
Just think the text of the document needs to stand on its own. This is titled Additional Background Information, of which I have lots of questions about what they mean. But the text clearly should indicate capital. It's such an important part of what we do.
Further discussion? Okay. I usually reverse the order, so I'm going to reverse the order. Mr. Alcheck,
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps,
Yes.
Ms. Aurora,
No.
Ms. Fasciotis.
No, you
What about
forgot.
chopped liver?
subs.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Phelps.
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. Ms. Fasciotis.
I'm going to say no because there are things in there that I don't agree with. But
Okay,
anyway, that's a no.
I'm a no. Ms. Tarkington?
Explain it.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Jansen?
No.
Mr. Alfano?
No.
It's a 5-6-0 vote. Motion fails. Are there further motions? You want to do yours? The exhibit?
So, we do have one, now it's from. Yes, we have one motion that we'd like to add to the fiscal year '27 budget additional background information under operating. It probably should be approximately the fourth bullet point, but the language reads, the recently settled Board of Education teachers' contract will put a strain on the school district's total headcount, and the Board of Education needs to adjust headcount.
I'm sorry, is that going in the text or on this?
No, Leslie, it's to go under the additional background information bullet points
Can you repeat it?
and under operating.
Repeat it?
And that bullet point reads, the recently settled Board of Education teachers' contract will put a strain on the school district's total headcount, and the Board of Education needs to adjust headcount.
Do you have a
Is there a second? I'll second it. So it's been moved by Ms. Tarkington, seconded by myself, to make that addition to the exhibit of another bullet point to be the fourth bullet point.
Can I ask that all of these amendments be submitted to us, especially the successful ones be given to us in writing, because it's too hard to write that fast.
We'll attempt to do that, yes. Endeavor to do that, that's a better word.
Strive.
I'm so sorry. Could I ask Ms. Tarkington to read it again? The recently settled,
The recently settled Board of Education teachers' contract will put a strain on the school district's total headcount, and the Board of Education needs to adjust headcount.
Can I,
Ms. Fasciotis?
yeah, I think that there's something missing from there because it should read, the recently settled Board of Ed teachers' contract will put a strain on the school district's total headcount, and the Board of Ed needs to adjust headcount to account for the continuing decrease in student headcount.
Okay.
So, Ms.
So it ends after
Fasciotis,
the third headcount word.
I agree. I agree to modify my
And I agree
motion.
to that. So I'll read it again for the benefit of everybody. The recently settled, the recently settled Board of Ed teachers' contract will put a strain on the school district's total headcount, and the Board of Ed needs to adjust headcount
Needs to
to account for a continuing decrease in student headcount.
needs to consider adjusting headcount.
Right?
Needs to consider adjusting headcount to account for the continuing decrease.
So,
And why don't we change it to student enrollment?
Account for student, yeah, for the decrease in student enrollment.
Okay. We agree?
Yeah. Shall I
Okay.
read it again, or
Yeah.
are we fine?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to read this one again. The recently
Sorry.
settled Board of Education teachers' contract will put a strain on the school district's total headcount, and the Board of Education needs to consider adjusting headcount to account for the continuing decrease in student
Enrollment.
enrollment.
Discussion.
Yes, Mr.
so I mean, my first reaction to this is,
Wait a minute. Mr. Sells?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
just minutes ago, we were talking about the school's budget, and the comment was made, well, they can figure it out. And here we are telling them what to do. I don't think this is the job of this BET to tell the school board how to manage, period.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yeah, I was going to say a similar thing. I'm not even sure it's in our, it's statutorily, that we're sort of skirting something here. We aren't authorized to manage the Board of Ed and direct them or to tell them that they need to do things relating to their management of their staff. I don't think that's even within the law, although I'm not a lawyer, but it skirts the, the whole notion that the schools are separate and statutorily so.
Ms. Moriarty?
And I think members of the Budget Committee were aware, if you look at the continuation budget, you'll see that the teacher salary line is increasing 4.16, which does reflect the recently adopted contract. But the total 100s line is increasing 3.27%. The Finance Department at the Board of Education understands that that teacher contract needs to be accommodated and addressed within their budget. And they worked with our Finance Department to develop the 100s that they can operationally sustain what they need to do. The total 100s budget is lower because certain of these line items are not increasing at the inflation rate or at the rate of contracts. And so I think members of this board are ignoring how these numbers were created and asking for, additional headcounts over what's already been incorporated into this number.
Further discussion? Okay, staying with my reverse order, Mr. Olczak?
So what are we exactly voting on now? Leslie's,
Yes, the
proposed-
amendment that
Leslie's proposed amendment?
yes.
Yes.
Well, no.
Oh,
You got the wrong Leslie.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, can you read it once again, please?
Okay. The recently settled Board of Education teachers' contract will put a strain on the school district's total headcount, and the Board of Education needs to consider adjusting headcount to account for the continuing decrease in student enrollment.
Okay, let me just say again,
We've ended discussion.
This is no way to run a meeting where we're not looking at the language on a piece of paper.
Mr. Olczak, we've moved-
No, I'm a no.
We've moved to a vote.
I'm a no.
Just point out that per Robert's rules, there are no explanations to be given when we're voting. Mr. Deschamps?
No.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. Selps?
This is ill-considered, no.
Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yes.
Pass for the second. Ms. Tarkington?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
No.
Mr. Weisbrod?
No.
Ms. Jansen?
Yes.
Mr. Alfano?
Yes.
I've stated to my caucus a number of times that management directions are,
No direct, no.
Yeah, that's right. No.
I'm sorry, I'm violating my own rule.
You are.
I'm a no. I'm going to let that fail. Five, 6-0. Are there any further amendments?
Yes. So in this budget background, this additional background information, I would delete the second bullet point. Healthcare benefits are to be added to the public preparation of the school's budget for consistent comparison with other school districts.
Sorry,
I'm deleting, my motion is to delete the second dot point.
the second bullet point on Exhibit 2 under operating.
Correct.
Okay, it's been moved.
And can you just read that bullet? Is that healthcare benefits?
Yes. The second one.
Healthcare benefits are to be added to public preparation of school budget for consistent comparison?
Correct. My motion is to delete that.
Leslie, can you provide explanation as to why you'd like to delete that?
Wait, we have a motion, we don't have a second.
second.
I seconded.
All right, Mr. Selps has seconded, Ms. Moriarty has moved. Discussion.
So the information of benefit costs is included in our mill rate calculation. I think the Board of Education isn't preparing that data. It is the town that prepares that data. And we're not asking it for the town to do the same thing. I don't believe it is a good use of time to spend on that particular piece of information.
Further discussion. Mr. Weisbrod. Oh, I'm sorry. Who wanted to be, oh, I'm
My
sorry,
hand
Ms.
is up.
Jansen.
Yes, it was my hand that was
Excuse
up.
me, sorry.
There is no extra preparation for delineating the healthcare costs. It is a state mandate that these schools report to Hartford the healthcare costs in October. And every year they have, so in essence, the state has more transparency, more information than the local parents and taxpayers for these costs.
I may respond.
Yes, Ms. Moriarty.
What is reported to the state is after the fact, when there is accurate information. Here, we're asking to do it on an estimated basis, so they're estimating what their staff level is and what level of health care benefits they would subscribe to, so it is an inaccurate number to begin with. I don't know that, since we haven't done it before, it would take extra time to do, and we're not asking the town to do it.
Ms. Tarkenton and then Ms. Jansen.
So I would like to add here, though, that the town does do this, and it does it for all of the revenue fund organizations. So our second largest department in the town of Greenwich, second to the schools, is Nathaniel Witherall, et cetera, et cetera. So it's my understanding that over the years, we have done exactly this. We do know how to allocate, and every major corporation in the world does this. There are methodologies, and perhaps there's a bit of estimate on the front end, but it's very frustrating to, hear from, organizations that do come before us or that write us who compare other districts that are seeing these rising benefit costs and compare our costs to our school costs to those, and they aren't comparable. They're apples and oranges. I do think there should be consistency.
Ms. Jansen.
Yes, I would highlight that reporting healthcare costs in the Board of Ed budget is done by 168 of the 169 towns. It is Greenwich that is the outlier here, that does not report this. This is a long overdue reform. It has been something that I personally have been advocating, and if you open the Board of Ed budget book of any school district, you will see outlined full health care costs and other employee benefits. So this one only highlights health care. All employee benefits are in the school district budgets.
Further discussion.
Just the language, though, it does read, like, unlike, I just want to make sure I understand what we're saying here. You're saying healthcare benefits are to be added. So is that just like a dictate, or is it a suggestion
Reporting,
for reporting?
yeah, for reporting purposes.
But again, the language is are to be added.
If, I mean, if you want to clarify that, Matt, to a vocabulary that you like, I think you understand the intent is
I
reporting.
don't, no, but is it a require, is this reads as like a command?
Should be reported?
It's not my bullet point. I'm just,
Do you have a
I
suggestion?
didn't write, nope.
Okay,
You
all
tell me,
right.
you guys tell me what this really is saying to the, like, who is this?
Adding it to the school's budget.
I mean, I would probably say, is there anything that would make you comfortable to vote to support it? If you're not going to support it anyways, then we might as well leave it. But if there's vocabulary that you like, which would make you support it and have Greenwich be be like every other school district in the state, I think that's great. I think you know what we're trying to do here.
Question. Do we?
Yeah, Mr. Weisbrod.
Thank you. Do we allocate the healthcare to all the town departments? I don't believe so. So if you,
It's just,
Why are you
wait,
singling-
at one point we did, David. We allocated all costs to the town
I
departments.
understand.
Including for Nathaniel Weatherall. So we have done it in the past, and we had formulas, and we're able to do
I
it. The
understand.
towns have
So
done it.
all this, why are you singling out, if you want to allocate healthcare benefits, allocate healthcare benefits. Do it across the board.
We do it for separate entities.
Do it for all the departments.
We do it for separate entities, which I would consider the school a separate entity. Ms. Jansen?
Just to reiterate one more time, this isn't picking on the schools. This is actually a standard in school district budgets. I remember a BET colleague presenting their 200-page book and said, I've read this book and I know this budget thoroughly. Actually, you don't, because in the Board of Ed budget, there is not even an asterisk with a footnote describing that the $200 million budget last fiscal year had $42 million more in healthcare costs. The parents don't know this, the taxpayers don't know this, but Hartford knows it, and we should know it here locally like the other 168 school districts. Thank you.
And I would also point out that in the RTM meeting, joint meeting last night, the two members of the Board of Ed were dismissive of it because they said, we don't have to worry about healthcare and benefits because the town pays for it. So we need to change the narrative. Any further discussion?
Yeah, let me just, I am trying to understand this, so, is this, as I'm saying, when it says are to be added, it's just not clear, like, and I'm just honestly asking this question, I guess this is Ms. Jansen, but just where would you want it in reporting, just so like a reporting table, you want it in the budget, so you just want these numbers included somewhere as a line item? Yeah, exactly, like, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, it's a line item in the Board of Ed budget, healthcare.
Like the Matt, the 200-page BOE budget that we get.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
familiar
we're
with
just
that.
saying, yeah, it should just be included in that. That's the overall. So, typically, when we say that the Board of Ed budget is 200 million, it doesn't include the benefits. So the thought is that we include it on the top line. So if, I think that's the question we're saying, if it's, the are to be added isn't saying we're adding them into the numbers, it's saying we're adding them to the presentation, to the public preparation. So this is more reporting. It's more reporting than anything else. But we can clarify that if it's not clear.
Well, yeah, I just don't think the grammar is right either. I think it should be added, or should be considered to be included in, or something like that. That the healthcare benefits are to be added is not proper English. But also, I'm not. I don't think this is an unreasonable bullet point, frankly. That's why I'm spending time on it.
You don't think it's
I don't-
unreasonable
no,
or
no,
reasonable?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay, so,
Well, we can't change the language before we deal with the motion to delete.
is that the motion?
Yeah, the motion is to delete this one.
So we can't change the language until we deal with the motion. So I'd like to call for a vote.
Okay.
Mr. Alfano? No. Ms. Jansen?
No.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Moardi?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Vasiliotis?
No.
Yes.
Mr. Phelps is a yes. Ms. Aurora?
No.
Is a no. Mr. DeChamps?
No.
Is a no. Mr. Olczak?
I vote to delete it, but I would note that
No,
I would
no
be open.
explanations, please. We're going to hold to my rule.
Okay.
I'll hold myself to my rule.
Okay,
So you're voting yes.
yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses, 7 noes, no abstention. The motion fails. Is there another motion?
Yes, I will,
Ms. Vasiliotis?
I will amend the language to read healthcare benefits, delete the R2 and make it a should. So healthcare benefits should be added to, and then add the word "the" public preparation of the school's budget for consistent comparison with other school districts.
I'll second that. So it's been moved by Ms. Vasiliotis, seconded by myself, to change the bullet point to read healthcare benefits should be added to the public preparation of schools' budget for consistent comparison with other school districts.
Of the school's budget. There's two "thes."
Of the school's budget, okay. Discussion.
Harry?
I'm sorry, Mr. Olczak?
Yes, thank you. I am in favor of this. I think it's reasonable, although one of the issues that I'm concerned about is the issue that Mr. Weisbrod brought up earlier, and that is having this, being able to make a comparison with other departments in the town. So I think we should be comparing apples to apples. I agree with Ms. Jansen, who's made I think, a very compelling argument, and I appreciate the new language that's that Ms. Vasiliotis has put forth. But I do think that if we're going to do this, we should do it for everybody. We should consider, should consider putting everyone on equal footing.
We do it for the town.
Ms. Vasiliotis?
Line item in the budget that has benefits, and it has it for the town, schools, and total. I think what this is getting at is that the schools don't necessarily put it in their budget per se because the town pays the benefits. So the idea is to have the schools put it in their accounting so that when they say they have a 200, like, for example, the total department operating cost last year was 198 million. If you add the benefits, it's actually 44 million more than what they're actually saying. So the idea is that, look, we already account for it with the line items in the final budget and the estimated budget. It's just they need to put it on their ledger as well to account for it so that their budget accurately reflects what's being paid for the schools by the town and the taxpayer.
No, it's dead.
Yeah.
Further discussion. Mr. Weisbrod?
So let me just understand what we want to do here. Having drafted a guideline that would call for $3.7 million reduction in the schools and $300,000 reduction in the town, now we want to really pile on to that. I mean, it's almost like people hate the schools, I think, because the 13% increase in the health benefits will only, if you add that into the equation, then the aggregate amount of reduction that you're looking for with the schools would only mount. So the only logic that makes any sense to me, if you want to go down this path, would be to allocate it to all the departments.
No.
DPW, police, we should know what these departments are costing us. And
possible.
that's
First
my-
of all,
Can I
it wasn't
just-
an accurate statement that you just said, because the decrease or the increase or whatever it is that we had said before, and I'm sorry the hour is late, is excluding healthcare benefits, which are expected to rise the 13%. So that was not an accurate statement, Mr. Weisbrot. And the other thing is that, I mean, we are already paying this for the schools, so it's not piling on the schools, it's just accurately reflecting their budget on their budget side.
So then why not add it to all the departments?
Well,
That's-
go ahead.
Can I just, so this is for public reporting purposes. To add it to every department would be onerous. This would be in the books. It would be, in the general ledger. But I think what's being proposed here, I know the Finance Department of the Board of Ed would not object to this. Just disclosing, sharing with everybody what the health benefits amounts are publicly. I don't think that that would necessarily, the reason why we keep them is because we negotiate them. They have no control over negotiating them, and we want them in the pool because we don't want them, we're gonna be much better off together. So I don't think that there would be much of an objection to just disclosing this because, as was stated, it is public info. Anybody can go in and find out that info. So whereas adding it to a department, it's not really going to add any value to how you assess that department. As a matter of fact, it's going to distort it greatly because, as you know, next year is 13%. So any place where you put this in, you're going to have to, you want to say, look at that with and without, so just to consider.
Ms. Tarkington.
So I'd just like to point out that there is an estimate on the estimated budget of what these benefits would be. And of course, this number also includes other allocations, like for OPEB and pension and so forth, because there are many unions over there. But the town does a good job in terms of the estimate, and then the town actually prepares the submission to the state, which they're required to do for the information on the health benefits and other in-kind costs. And those are done by the town every single year. The reporting is really a joint venture between the town and certain information and the schools and other. And in this reporting process, the town actually signs off its name under the reporting lines for certain of these line items.
Further discussion.
Can I ask a question, please?
Mr. Olchek.
Thank you. So I have a question for Ms. Lynch. Is this a managerial accounting issue where I'm going back to Mr. Weisbrad's comment about, doing this for everybody and putting aside the issue of it might be onerous. But if you want to compare fully loaded costs per capita, then don't you want to know what the health benefits are for, for teachers on the one hand and policemen on the other? I mean, I want to get back to Ms. Jansen's comment, which I think makes some sense. Like, we want to know what are the fully loaded costs of running the school system versus running the police department versus running the fire department.
We have that info. We usually will estimate. So anytime you see any headcount form, any TOO change, you'll always see a benefit calculation. So it's just allocate. I just don't know if the cost benefit is worth it to put it into the general ledger by department. And that's not even what we're saying for the Board of Ed. This is just for the public presentation so that the public understands, which is fair. I don't know that it was ever excluded for, I mean, I don't know the history, but it's, you know, it's not transferring the budget there. It's not giving anything other than the public disclosure of what's already public information. Any calculation we do, we have very large spreadsheets of benefits. So we could tell you that, and we're always looking at that. But having it allocated out when that department has no control over that cost, I just don't know. I just don't know that there's a benefit in all that.
Can I, Harry, just make?
Ms. Aurora?
Yeah, I just wanted to say also, the reason that this is such an important metric, Elliot, is, just to answer kind of why we're harping on this, is that when we compare apples to apples and we compare school district A versus school district B, a metric that a lot of us look at are I think for planning purposes, is cost to educate a student. And we can really only look at that when we have a fully loaded cost for the schools. So we don't look at, for example, police per resident, the police cost per resident, or the fire cost per resident. We do look at it, town cost per resident. So the discussion isn't to say, well, we want to, say kindergarten teacher costs or first grade teacher costs fully loaded. It's the overall school budget. So then you have that 250 number, for example. You divide by the number of students, and that's the dollar per student cost, which, when you hear that 28,000, 29,000, that's inclusive of the benefits. So it's really hard to do that if you don't have the benefits cost. It's just a metric that we all look at and everybody looks at, which is why it's so important to have the benefits cost in healthcare. Yeah, I'm just saying why it's not as relevant for individual, like DPW or fire. We can do it, to Joan's point, it's legwork, but I don't think anyone is wanting to see, okay, what's the DPW cost per capita or per resident? We look at it overall town cost. What is the town costing? And, so just want to share that extra nuance as to why it's important to include this for the schools.
All right, can we move to a vote? Seems so. Mr. Olczak?
I'm going to pass for the moment.
Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. Sells?
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Tarkington?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
I'm abstaining.
Mr. Weisbrod?
I'm a no.
Ms. Jansen?
Yes.
Mr. Alfano?
Yes.
Mr. Olczak?
I'm going to vote yes.
That's 9 in favor, 1. Right, so now we need to vote on the guidelines.
No, I've got many more motions to go.
I'm
No,
sorry.
we have to vote on this as amended. We voted on the amendment, now we have to just vote on it as amended.
We didn't vote on the amendment. You voted,
Change the language.
your motion is to modify the language. That's a complete motion.
Right. Okay. All
Yeah, it's
right, that's
approved as
fine.
amended.
Yeah, it was already in
Yeah,
there.
you're good.
Okay, thank you.
So I've got many more to go, so everyone stay comfortable in their seats. Number 3, dot point, headcount is expected to remain at level service, including regard to student enrollment decline. I believe this is, my motion is to delete this dot point. It's now repetitive to the one that was added. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, which one are you?
The third dot point that's on this piece of paper, on what was distributed at 2:30 this afternoon, says headcount is expected to remain at level service, including regard to student enrollment decline. I believe this board just added,
No, that failed.
oh, that failed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, you had that yesterday. It was.
You know, let's, at this point,
Stop.
no, the whole document is working together, or not working together in my view. All right, so the fourth, let me figure out what my motion is, because the fourth one is also duplicate now of what that says. All right, I'm not going to make a motion on the third dot point. On the fourth dot point, I would like to add in the percentages. So So it talks about student enrollment trend continues to decline, minus 143 or 1.1% in fiscal '25 and 146 or 1.4% in fiscal '26.
Is it 1.8, Leslie?
I believe it's 1.4.
In your, I'm just looking at your version. It says 1.8. The Leslie Moriarty version. It says 1.8. But I'm happy to include the percentages, and I'm happy to second
You're right,
that.
it's 1.8.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Moriarty, seconded by Ms. Aurora, to change the fourth bullet point to student enrollment trend continues to decline, 143 or 1.1% in fiscal year '25, and 146 or 1.8% in fiscal '26. Any discussion?
I have a question, please.
Yes.
Are these historical or expected? Right?
These are actuals.
So, but fiscal year '26
Has
is
been
an
reported
is
already.
the actual number?
Yes.
The-
Okay,
the
There's a
district-
reporting date of October 1st that's required by all schools, public and private.
got it, okay, okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, we lost Mr. Sells.
It's fine. I think we're fine.
I think we're gonna be good with
We'll
this.
be
I think
fine.
we're fine.
Yeah, you might get unanimous
Okay, so Mr. Alfano,
Yes.
Ms. Jansen,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
It is.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Mr. Harkington.
Yes?
I'm a yes. Ms. Faciliotis.
Yes.
Mr. Selps,
I'm not here.
absent.
Absent.
Yes.
Ms. Aurora.
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps.
Yes.
Mr. Alcheck.
Yes,
So that's 10, 0, 0. Okay. More motions?
Yes. So the next one talks about cost per student in fiscal '25 is the highest in ERG A and ERG B, and I gave Ms. Tarklet, so I proposed to delete this. I'm not sure, well, let me make that motion and see if there's a second.
Second.
The rationale for deleting it is that I don't understand its relevancy towards the budget guidelines going forward. Also, I did give Ms. Tarkington incorrect information. I just looked it up. We no longer use ERG A and ERG B. The designation in 2006 was changed to DRG A and DRG B. However, the state has not officially updated any definition since 2006 and is no longer being used by the state in most reporting. So I'm not sure it's a relevant benchmark. It was originally identified to talk about the diversity and between different groups. So the motion here, though, I'm not sure what the cost per student statistic here adds to the budget guidelines.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I think we can treat the E to D as a technical correction, but the motion is to delete that bullet point. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Excuse me. All right, so the motion is to delete the bullet, cost per student in physical '25 is $29,025, et cetera. Mr. Alfano? Pass. Ms. Jansen?
No.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Faciliotis?
No.
Mr. Selps? So yes. Ms. Aurora?
No.
Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
Mr. Olchek?
yes,
Mr. Alfano?
No.
Okay, that motion fails.
Okay, I have another motion. The, I don't know my numbering, state aid to school continues to decline for Greenwich. I just looked at the budget for this year, and the budget is an increasing budget, so I'm going to suggest that we delete this, delete this, and Leslie, I think you put it in, but what's the data to support that statement?
It's increasing or it's decreasing?
It's increasing. In the budget, it goes up.
Right.
So. So the statement's incorrect. I suggest we delete it.
Is that okay? All right, it's been moved and seconded to delete the state aid bullet point. Is there any further discussion?
Unanimous consent.
Okay, I'll take a vote on this. Mr. Alfano?
Yes.
Ms. Jansen? Yes. Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis? Sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Selps?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. DeChamps?
Yes.
And Mr. Olczak, that passes 11-0-0. Sorry, I jumped ahead of you, Mr. Olczak. Do you have another motion?
I do. Surprise. Let me state my concern, and then we'll figure out what the motion is. But the next dot point, special education outcomes should be evaluated with comparative costs of programs. I have no idea what that means. I'm wondering if the person who included it could rephrase it to be more clear.
Do you have any
Otherwise-
suggestion on rephrasing?
I don't know what you mean by it. Otherwise, my motion is to delete it. Doesn't make sense.
The motion was to compare the previous program, the cost of students for mostly outplacement, with the cost of the current program, which is doing it more in-house, and also the outcomes of the children themselves, which program was showing the most improvement, and with the comparative cost for the program
So
at
special.
this point. Or for the
All right,
budget.
so, I mean, it's hard to do that kind of analysis of student outcomes in the aggregate, but what you want to say is special education outcomes should be presented along with a comparison of, no, that doesn't make sense either.
How are you
You really
measuring
want to know the
outcomes?
outplace versus
Right.
the in-house one, so is it on a cost basis?
But how are you measuring outcomes?
Yeah. Is it only on cost?
No, cost and the children achievement, we'll call it, or whatever, you would know the right words.
You know, different kids have it's not just academic achievement for many of these kids, it's other things that aren't quite as quantified.
Versus the
You
student-
really want
student
to, you want to know the,
Yeah.
both,
Well, she may want to, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if it's a complicated concept, so
I
I don't
know,
know if
but
it can be
it's not
captured
really
in one
addressed.
sentence.
I
To me,
still
this
don't
is a
understand, how
detail.
are you measuring outcomes? I mean, what's an outcome? Is that qualitative? I mean, I don't understand what an outcome is.
And I think,
Achievement,
but I think for special education students, outcomes can be very different. Can be academic achievement, it can be life skills, it can be language, it can be a lot of things.
How would you
Um,
assess it?
I'm not the educator, okay? What you're asking for,
if-
you're asking for an assessment of our special education program and its delivery model, but, you know, that's a 2-year study. So, If you can't phrase what you're looking for, then I don't think it belongs in the guidelines.
But the study and getting some information after this number of years, we're putting a lot more money into the program.
They just had the results of the study. I mean, you attend the Board of Ed meetings like I do. This is in their third year of implementation of a new approach, I believe, and they had the consultant come in and do an assessment just last year, I believe. But it's at the program level. You're really getting at the financial impact, so
Can I suggest you amend your amendment to just delete it?
delete it. So I'm going to
There is legislation that also,
Yeah, I would second that.
I also think that, this is a
little
topic
broader.
you can identify during discussions, but I'm not sure why it's in the guidelines. So my motion will be to delete the special education outcomes dot point.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Moriarty to delete the special education bullet point. Further discussion? Okay, Mr. Olczak.
I'm in favor of deleting it.
Is a yes.
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps.
Yes.
Ms. Aurora.
Yes.
Mr. Selps. Yes. Ms. Vasiliotis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Tarkington.
Abstain.
Ms. Moriarty.
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod.
yes.
Ms. Jansen. Yes. Mr. Alfano.
Yes.
That's a 10-0-1, so that succeeds.
I have a similar comment about the pre-K program. Pre-K program should be evaluated for delivery and cost. I believe that needs to be expanded a bit. I'm not sure I understand what's being requested, so either new language should be proposed or I think it should be deleted. So, do you have new language?
I will look to
Ms. Jansen.
It's getting long. I would maybe modify it in order to have a little bit more clarity, is pre-K special ed program should be evaluated for neighborhood school rollout, delivery, and cost. Because really, the intent here is not to challenge in any way a federally mandated special ed program, pre-K program. It's the implementation in our district to do it via our 11 elementary schools, which is in large contrast to 22 districts that were benchmarked that I had done. We're an outlier in this area, implementing it by neighborhood schools.
Can I ask you to repeat the wording?
Pre-K special ed program should be evaluated for neighborhood school rollout, delivery, and cost.
So, evaluated how? What are we evaluating?
Well, there's a different approach, which could be centralized or maybe have 3 different locations instead of 11. So maybe having this notion of, east, west, and central. It's just a different approach than having each elementary school with the special ed pre-K program.
No, each one doesn't have one, but okay.
Can I also add?
Ms. Aurora.
Yeah, I think the point Ms. Jansen is making is a good one. One is just the implementation of the, what schools should have a pre-K program, whether it should be pooled at 1 or 2 locations, really from a cost perspective. But the second not more important, or just as important point is also the ratio that we use for special ed pre-K to the, for lack of better words, the non-special ed children that we put in, whether it's 1-to-1 or 2-to-1, those are decisions that are left at the discretion of the district, which of course impact the cost of the overall pre-K program. So I think the point that Ms. Jansen just made, I would probably say something along the line of the pre-K program. I think it just needs a little bit more transparency, both in, from the cost, this is a budget guideline, maybe talk about the cost perspective. The cost of the pre-K program should be both and I'm sorry, I'm not able to think on my feet at 10:30, but the point is that the cost is directly correlated with how many schools we roll it out to and what that ratio is. So those are the two biggest drivers in the cost of the program. So I think when we say should be evaluated for delivery and cost, I agree that's vague.
Can you reflect that in the sentence? Because
If
we
you give
have-
me like 30 minutes, I could probably do it.
How about this, the pre-K program models should be evaluated to establish, let me see, wait, pre-K program should be evaluated to establish a cost-effective pre-K model that delivers required services, that delivers the required services for the student population.
So,
The word establish is a problem.
I'm sorry?
The word establish is a problem.
All right, so should be evaluated to determine or to consider, to, what word do you like? To consider?
Well, it's just the assumption is that it's not cost effective.
Well-
Right? So I think
To
we want
consider-
information about that.
Whether, okay, to consider whether the current model is cost-effective or a different model
I think you can stop at current model is cost
is
effective.
cost-effective and delivers
Yeah.
the required services for the affected student population.
How about the required services, period?
That's fine. Okay,
I have a good one, too.
okay, go for it.
Pre-K costs should be evaluated based on pooling, in parentheses, offering programs at fewer centralized sites, and classroom ratios, in parentheses, the balance of special ed and general ed students, to optimize staffing services and per pupil efficiency.
That's much more directed, telling them how to deliver it.
Well, I'm just saying you should consider it from a cost perspective, both pooling and classroom ratios. You want to add, you said pre-K costs,
So. I don't
not
know.
pre-K delivery. Pre-K costs should be evaluated based on pooling and classroom ratios to optimize staffing, services, and per pupil efficiency.
So which motion's going to be on the table?
Was just going to ask that question, I'm not
The
sure.
one that will pass, which one do you want?
The-
I like niches.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the other one's better. Clearly.
All right,
So should I make the motion?
yes, please.
And
All right, I'll make the motion to, can I just amend to this one? Is that the best way to do it? So
Amend the bullet point, yes.
So I'm going to amend the bullet point on pre-K to read, pre-K costs should be evaluated.
can you go slow?
Pre-K costs should be evaluated based on pooling, parentheses, offering programs at fewer centralized sites, close parentheses, and classroom ratios, parentheses, the balance of special ed and general ed students, close parentheses,
There's no way I got that.
to optimize staffing, services, and per pupil efficiency. I can send it around because I have it typed up. Leslie, I'll send it to the BET.
so we're really talking redistricting.
No, not at all.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
No?
No,
No.
So,
this is a pre-K
David, to
program.
give you a sense, pre-K programs in other districts are offered at 1 or 2 locations. We offer it at multiple locations. This is just the idea of pooling
We
from
have
an
small
efficiency
schools
standpoint.
with only limited classrooms that have bathrooms on the first
I can't, you're not on the microphone.
Gesundheit.
Bless you.
Well, but easy for them to answer.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Aurora to keep it going. I'll second that. Is there further discussion? Okay,
Well, I'd like to read it, though. I think Ms. Aurora's sending it around, because I'm still, I just think we're entering this, first of all, this on the fly, and this is the problem with the process and why we moved to adjourn, to have the Budget Committee and others work on this in a more efficient fashion, to come forward with a document that made sense. I just quickly, there's numerous grammatical errors with this document as well, which I'll get to later. But we're in a slippery slope of sort of kind of creating a guideline for a one-year budget guideline, and now we're into discussing policy and pre-K programs, and, this is language that's sort of telling the Board of Ed what we want them to do. And I'm not qualified to do that. That's not my lane, as the chair often uses. I agree with him on that. He made a similar comment just a few minutes ago about, not getting involved in these sort of management decisions. I think there's a better way to communicate with the Board of Ed if we have suggestions or there's things we want to see, or when they do their budget presentation, other than putting it in the guidelines where we're trying to come up with the wording, literally on the fly with terminology and words we don't even know. I don't even know what it means, like pooling and all these things. I don't know, that could mean different things to different people. I just don't think it's even helpful, not even for us, to do it this way. We're not even going to get what we want out of it. So I'm not in favor of this wordsmithing like this.
Okay. I was just suggesting it since it was being deleted, so I was just trying to suggest a language that we could all possibly get
Well, I
behind.
think we go back to deleting it until we can work in a sane way during the daylight hours to come up with something that makes sense. So
You get what you want, but this is.
Make the motion once again to adjourn.
I,
wait, we have a motion on the floor.
the
Is there
motion,
any further discussion on the motion? You've got it in your email.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
She sent it in an email, yeah.
All right.
I want to read it anyway.
Read it. Pre-K costs should be evaluated based on pooling, parentheses, offering programs at fewer centralized sites, close paren, and classroom ratios, paren, the balance of special ed and general ed students, close paren, to optimize staffing services and per pupil efficiency. Can we move to a vote on that?
why don't we do something more simple? Like just say, tell us your plans to deliver pre-K, given the increasing needs. Because this whole thing is going to actually require funding. The study that we're putting down here is probably an extra cost that we have to
I
fund.
don't think we use the word study.
David, this is, I just want to explain what pooling is for those that, don't understand. If you have, let's say you want to have a 12-to-1 teacher ratio or 10-to-1 teacher ratio. If you have 10 students and they're divided into two groups, if you've got 5 students in school 1, 5 students in school 2, you need a teacher for both of them. You need a gym teacher for both of them. You need a music teacher for both of them. If you were to put them all into one school, then you need one teacher, one gym teacher, one music teacher. And if you expound this beyond that, the idea of centralizing is just to be able to share resources across a group. So the idea of pooling is a very common one. It's just an efficiency idea. It's not at all being used to do anything other than think about in our own town, do we need to have pre-K programs running at 7 elementary schools, or can we, or 9? I don't even know what the number is. In most districts, it's being run at one or two spots, despite the larger.
We have 22 pre-K sessions.
It's not about the number of sections, it's about the location, Stephen. So for example, Stamford is a population twice as large as us and has less pre-K sites than us. It's just an idea of selecting one location which might have extra space and running more programs in that space. Again, the idea is to share resources and pool resources, which is really the right word. So again, this is, from a budget standpoint, I think it does belong in budget guidelines. It's not a policy discussion at all. Again, it's a state mandate. We need to have pre-K for special ed kids. The two kind of variables that, that do really factor into the budget are both the ratios and the idea of centralizing locations, with Ms. Jansen referenced. So I'm going to support this. I think we already have a second, so I think we should vote, because I think it's getting late.
Okay.
It does sound to me still like redistricting, but that's how I read it.
Not at
No,
all. I
no,
just
not
think
at
you're,
all.
it's not at all.
You may say no, but
No, it's not, because it's for one specific program. It's
Every
not
school
for.
is full. If you're going to move pre-Ks into other buildings, those kids have to be.
You
moved
know
elsewhere
that was how it was done before. It was done at Parkway before.
When there were not when there were 22 classrooms or 20.
Well, we have a lot more.
Well, we also have more sections because we
Right.
don't pool.
Right,
So if we pooled, we'd probably have less sections.
Right.
No, they're 50.
and I
Anyways,
think
I
if
think
you
we should
talk to
vote
the
anyway.
special ed
This is-
teachers,
Let's vote.
yeah.
Yeah, this is not
Call for the
redistricting.
vote.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Alfano,
Yes.
Ms. Jansen,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
no.
Ms. Moriarty,
No.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasleotis?
Yes.
Mr. Selps?
No.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps?
No.
Mr. Alcheck?
No.
Okay, that's a 6 in favor, 5 opposed. So that passes.
I also don't understand the next point. Review balance of outsourced versus in-house functions. What is intended to be required or requested from that statement?
To look at outsourcing and ways that one can,
So it should say that.
okay.
So say what
You
you
know,
want,
some
say
of
what
these
you're
aren't
asking for.
necessarily originate by me, but they're here. You know what I mean? And so,
You-
if I've used people's language, but.
Somebody should be much more clear about what's being requested of the departments in the town with this particular statement, because what is review balance? You're not going to get actionable information. Lucy's got, no?
What, sorry?
No.
So-
Were you, is somebody addressing the question? Otherwise, I'll make a motion to delete.
I'll second that.
She's giving her an opportunity to clarify
No, I'm
first.
waiting, but I
Okay.
just don't even understand what it means at all.
Well, this is to look at, again, another ways of reducing department costs, which is obviously what we've done with printing, as an example. There are other ways you can do it across the board, but really, there have been no initiatives to address alternative methods of delivering high-quality services to our residents.
So you should be able to
So
restate.
is there a motion?
The motion is to delete the item.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Tarkington, seconded by Mr. Deschamps to review,
No,
It's
I
the
think
other
this on the
Leslie.
list is Ms. Moriarty.
oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Moriarty made the motion. Mr. Deschamps seconded it to remove the bullet point review balance of outsourced versus in-house functions. Any further discussion?
I think we've already challenged the departments that they all need to go look at their costs. I mean, then we've said that in an overall standpoint. I think this is, again, kind of micromanaging. I think they're already getting the message that they need to look at costs. I just think this is unnecessary and duplicative.
Okay, I'll move to a vote if nobody objects. Mr. Alfano?
Pass.
Ms. Jansen?
I don't see a problem with it, yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Excuse me. Sorry. I meant to say no, it's late. I don't have a problem with it, so no, don't delete. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Tarkington?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Fasleotis?
I'm going to pass.
Mr. Selps?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
No.
Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
Mr. Alcheck?
Yes.
Ms. Vasiliotis?
I'm going to abstain because I understand the point, but I will offer an amendment.
You're a yes?
I'm abstaining.
Abstain, I'm sorry.
So it doesn't pass.
Mr. Alfano?
No.
So the motion fails.
And I'm going to offer an amendment. I'm going to propose that we delete the current bullet point and replace it with evaluate whether other cost-effective methods exist to deliver departmental services. And we can put in parentheses, e.g. outsource versus in-house.
Excellent.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Alfano seconds Ms. Vasiliotis' alteration of the outsourced
And I think
bullet
it,
point.
I think it just clarifies what, I think, Leslie, you intended, that the departments should look at more cost-effective methods if possible, and maybe we can add the word evaluate whether more effective methods exist to deliver departmental services. And it doesn't also have to be outsourcing, it could be using AI, it could be using other methods, but that would be just one example.
Okay, could you read it again, then, please?
Evaluate whether more cost-effective methods exist to deliver departmental services. And then in parentheses, e.g. outsource versus in-house.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Chair.
I'm sorry? Yeah, Mr. DeChamps.
I just think, again, I think we're losing sight of what we're trying to do here. And the reason, when paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the document, it reads as follows. The BET requests the first selectman and the Board of Ed superintendent to evaluate all programs and services to improve productivity, reduce costs, increase revenues, including through grants and donations, and eliminate service levels that no longer add value. And then we have these bullet points that were like wordsmithing, that we're trying to figure out how to create, I guess, some additional challenges to the departments. And then in doing so, A, it's redundant, and B, it adds confusion. I would just say, that, and I appreciate Ms. Vasiliotis' attempt to clarify, but review balance of outsourced versus in-house functions makes no sense to me. I don't understand what that means at all.
Well, that's why I'm at.
Which I appreciate, I'm
Yeah.
saying I appreciate, but I'm just saying, even with your amendment, it's like redundant, right? Like, it just,
Well, you have the choice of remaining
Yeah,
because the motion failed or changing the.
I hear you there, and I hear that. So read.
And I'm just offering,
Yeah, I
a
appreciate- yep,
a
so-
compromise
yeah.
here to move this forward. So, again, maybe instead of evaluate, just review whether more instead of evaluate, use the word review, whether more cost-effective methods exist. And again, these are, suggestions, they can take it or leave it at this point. It's not requiring them to do it. If you just put review whether more cost-effective methods exist, and they're forming the budget, they can look at it and decide whether or not there are more cost-effective methods. And it may be redundant, but doesn't hurt.
Well, your language, at least.
Right.
Yeah, right, the current language, like, again, it doesn't make, if I'm a department person reading this, I don't know what this means. I wouldn't even know what to do with it.
Right.
So read yours once more, please.
Review whether more cost-effective methods exist to deliver departmental services. And then, for example, outsourcing versus in-house.
So e.g., you'd put in there for
E.g.,
that?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In parentheses.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Alfano, do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? We'll move to a vote. Mr. Alfano?
Yes.
Ooh, wait a minute. Vote here. Ms. Jansen?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
I'm going to vote yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkenton? Yes. I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yes.
Mr. Selps?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
And Mr. Olchak?
Yes.
Okay, that's an 11-0-0 vote. Do we have another motion?
We do. We're now into capital.
Could I ask how many more you've got?
So
She's
one, I
going
need,
down
some of
her-
this is clarification.
She's
One,
down her
2,
list.
3, 4, 5.
versus R.
I may have some as well, I'm currently working on.
So I'm now in capital on the second dot point. First of all, I think less building committee should be the same size font as the others. I'd like to have that changed, but on the second dot point, town and school capital projects backlog should be reviewed for ongoing reductions. That sentence makes no sense, so unless there's submitted wording changes, I don't know what's being asked for there, this should be deleted.
Well,
So-
that was in the version that you had too.
Reviewed for ongoing reductions. What does that mean? You're talking about closeout projects, right?
Closeout projects, or maybe, you know, they've been sitting there for years, and haven't even
So,
started.
so I would replace ongoing reductions to say, reviewed to close out older projects. Older or
Closeout or reduce.
stalled projects. They don't reduce,
Yeah, we can.
typical, we can, but that's a new process to reduce an existing
We can.
appropriation. So I would say, close out.
These are all there. You could have just talked this out.
Should be reviewed for what?
To close out, close out old appropriations.
Old,
Old appropriations.
never do it like this.
you move that, and I'll second.
All right, so I make the motion to change the language that instead of ongoing reductions, it should say to close out old appropriations.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Moriarty.
Second.
No, I already.
Seconded by Mr. Tarkington. Ms. Tarkington, sorry, not Mr. Tarkington. Getting a little punchy here. To change in the second bullet point under capital, to change ongoing reductions to what?
To close out old appropriations.
And is the,
What did you think about that following sentence? Large backlogs
Yeah,
may
that's what I was
impact
just
the
gonna-
ability to add new projects.
I mean,
What does that mean? I don't even understand what that means.
well,
Large backlog.
first of all,
What backlog?
If projects aren't closed out, you've got money in the system, so you can't add new ones. I think that's what she's trying to say, but
But that's not what it says.
that's what she's saying. I mean, if you want to change the vocab, change the vocab. Yeah, I mean, right,
So have I.
in the budget committee. Correct. This should have been done in the budget committee.
to get that done.
No, this was- No, this was in there. This should have been done before. Not for us.
We're putting our names on it.
All right,
It should have been done in budget committee, Matt. Look, this is Leslie's.
okay, so is that, the rest of that sentence stay, or what is the consensus from the two?
It's not in my motion, so for now, it's.
Okay,
So that's gone.
Large backlogs may impact the ability to add new projects. I'm okay with that.
Oh, you're
okay,
okay.
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay.
Unanimous consent, can we go?
Yeah, yes, they do, so it's just the last
Yeah.
So
three words in the first sentence is being changed.
Correct.
okay, further discussion? Mr. Alfano,
Pass.
Ms. Jansen,
I'm also passing.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Uh,
Mr. Selps,
Yes.
Ms. Aurora,
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps.
Yes.
Mr. Olchek,
Yes.
Mr. Alfano,
Yes.
and Ms. Jansen.
Yes.
Okay, that's an 11-0-0 vote.
The next item, schools should deliver on outstanding construction grant reimbursements. Not actionable. Schools should deliver. I'm not sure they have it in their power to deliver. So I will make the motion to delete unless there's alternate wording somebody would have.
So what wording would you suggest? Because
Should-
we discussed this one earlier, and you
Let's-
had no wording at that time.
You know what, I focused on the other part of the document, this, which wasn't acceptable, so, you know, and this, so anyway, should pursue outstanding construction grants. So delete, deliver on, and insert the word pursue. I believe that's what you intend.
But
So you made that motion, and I seconded.
Almost like a follow-up, so we're looking for.
Is that correct?
Yep.
So I'm sorry, there's a motion to delete this bullet point?
Delete the
No.
word deliver on and replace it with the word pursue.
It's like,
I'm trying to make these
Okay.
readable.
it's like putting in a motion.
Schools
to say-
should pursue outstanding construction grant reimbursements.
Like putting in a motion, it's like putting in a bullet that says police should go chase criminals. I mean, really,
We've had a
It's,
request
They don't
to
do-
take a 5-minute break.
they don't.
I'm sorry?
We've had
We're
a
not allowed to
request to
anymore.
take a 5-minute.
Oh, okay. So it's been moved by Ms. Moriarty. Was there a second?
Yes, I second that.
Any further discussion? Mr. Alfano,
Yes.
Ms. Jansen,
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod,
No.
Ms. Moriarty,
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington, excuse me.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yes.
Mr. Selps?
Yes.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
Mr. Olchek?
Yes.
Mr. Selps?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, my next motion is to delete.
Well,
the-
there's a request for a
Oh.
5-minute break.
Okay.
No, but you didn't call the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, it passes 10-1.
Yeah, yes. Stevens break.
No, I mean, basically.
It's like a big holiday. Oh, I know. Yeah, you know, I heard today that it's actually recognized by the state of Connecticut.
You want to get out?
I usually go to a friend's party during
Yeah, can I just point out that, Mr. Weiss,
That's real money behind all of this.
Because also you can't discuss it, and if I send it out, you can't do comments and things, like you can never. I mean,
When I was saying it out loud, that's what I was suggesting. It
yeah,
wasn't-
this is the only, it would just be good if it started earlier, because when you think about, adjourning, you'll never have all of you, it's just not. So if it would've started earlier, having all 12 was actually the best, it's very helpful.
We should start the meeting at 9 AM or.
And then just start it earlier, so that,
So that we're gonna go till midnight.
yeah.
And today's Diwali, so say we'll
And it's your
return.
holiday, right?
But that happened with me and Easter.
Nice that you're here.
Well, I told everybody I'd be home by 8:30.
Oh.
I was wishing that would happen.
That happens with me on
8:30,
Friday.
midnight.
No, I said 9 at latest. No, I said 9:15. Then I gave up. Hey.
And they're all.
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be that contentious. Well, why didn't you guys do this in the budget committee? Like all of these bullet points, they didn't bring that up?
No.
Deleting these and, they just left them in there and they said the idea
Yeah.
was to do it there? It's on hers too, it's on Leslie's as well, some of these. I mean, the reason I didn't comment on some of the grammar was because I thought you would have all discussed it already. Some things will be short, so there were only one line. Just go home and go from there. Natalie, you're at 9:50?
I'm trying to figure out a way to make it faster.
Can you just put it on the-
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
Is that the only exception? I'm trying to take apart those.
You know, like, if we stay after 11, I heard that they bring pizza in for us.
I think most pizza places are closed, that's the problem.
Yeah, you probably right.
There's nothing open.
No, but that's.
Lucia said she has 7 more amendments after that. Oh, boy.
We don't know what exhibit one's going out. Nothing is for this.
good disguise when you leave your stuff there, and then you go home for dinner.
Okay, we've got everybody back. Excuse me. We're back in session, everybody.
How do they do it, really?
David, we're back in session.
Okay.
Ms. Moriarty, I think you have another motion?
3 more on this page. The next bullet point, I'm making a motion to eliminate because it makes no sense. It says additional capital projects are pending for fiscal '27. I'm not sure what that means or how it's helping the guidelines.
I think those were some of the projects that Ms. Moriarty has referred to before that we really have no information on, which includes, whatever, the ice rink,
The entire
you know,
capital
the
plan.
swimming pool, da-da-da-da.
Well, then say that. I mean, this doesn't say anything. Of course, our capital plan has additional projects. The entire plan has additional projects. So you're talking about additional large capital projects which have been discussed and may or
May not.
may impact fiscal '27. But again, what's the action item there? What does that do to help the departments craft their budgets? So I'm making a motion to delete that line.
These were not intended as action items, but they're somewhat evolving that way. This was just meant to be information, background information, says the title on the sheet.
But if the goal for this whole document is to provide information and context for the departments and schools, you've got to give them that context. Statements like this can be interpreted any number of ways. It could say, don't add sidewalk X because other things are pending. I don't know. But, so I think it does not accomplish what you're trying to achieve here, and it should be deleted.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Ms. Moriarty. I think one of the things we're doing here is when you have so many bullet points, you're kind of diluting some of the more important ones, or the ones you're trying to focus on. So some of these, I think, are they're just not needed. So I'm in favor of deleting it, and do unanimous consent, if everybody's on board, or we can take a vote.
Let's just move to a vote, please,
All
Mr.
right,
Chairman.
let's just-
Okay, I'm going to move to a vote. That seems to be the consensus. Mr. Alfano?
Yes.
Ms. Jansen?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Vasiliotis?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Selps is a yes.
Yes.
Ms. Aurora is a yes. Mr. Deschamps?
Yes.
And yes.
And Mr. Olczak is yes. That passes 11-0-0.
My next motion is to delete the last bulletin point in the capital section, which currently states a 5-year plan estimate should be identified following the capital plan public hearing. My issue here is that we have information of a 5-year capital plan. I'm not sure what you're planning on doing at this public hearing. If you're just listening, how that helps the BET figure out what the number can and should be in terms of what we can afford and what we can implement. So I think this is really a note to the BET or a note to the department saying more information is coming, which we can always provide. But I don't know if you can commit to that at this point based on that information. So my motion is to delete.
Second.
So it also could be a note to the First Selectman's office or the town administrator, if that's what you're saying, but you wanted something about a 5-year plan estimate. And, you know, we've had a continuing number, and we need a realistic number of what can be accomplished.
Oh,
I mean, I have no emotions about keeping it, so.
I mean, my thing is, you're not listening to any departments or public about operating budget changes, and here you're saying, you know, capital, you're open to, it's just very inconsistent, and I just don't think you're gonna get any actionable information. It's important to consider the public, but at the right time with information.
Can
Well,
I
this
ask a
is
question?
reviving a process of having a public hearing. I've been discussing with the first selectman that we make it a joint hearing. We haven't decided that, but that's the intention, is to revive the input from the public. So I think that input ought to be respected.
Yeah, but, I'm sorry, the capital is developed by the first selectman. It's not developed by the BET, and it's the first selectman that should be having this hearing. But notwithstanding that, if we are going to include this, perhaps a better way of saying it is a 5-year plan estimate should be developed by the first selectman following a capital plan public hearing. I mean, in the past, the way that it was done was that, again, the first selectman had his public hearing, he got the department heads together, they came up with a prioritization, and they submitted that to the BET. We've turned it on its head in the past 6 years, because nobody was doing that. The BET was forced to do it, which is not fair to the BET, quite frankly. I think that there is an action plan here, and it should be developed by the first selectman, and he should have a capital plan public hearing.
Ms. Moriarty, would you accept a change like that?
No, I wouldn't, because, and this is going to relate to the last bullet point here. Part of the reason that 5-year estimate was put in place was after the school's master plan was published and first affected the fiscal '21 budget, I think, was the first time those projects were there. And all of a sudden, the plan ballooned, and clearly there were then concerns about financing and timing. And that's when a 5-year capital estimate was included, and that was a lot to do with managing expectations because of the financing limitation that is self-imposed. So the first selectman has never really talked about financing in any of his presentations. It's a capital plan. I'm not sure what the criteria is, but this board is concerned with the financing plan. It's got to do its homework first. We haven't done our homework in 4 years, but at some point we should. And then we can identify how to address the capital needs. But I don't think throwing this back to the first selectman really captures my request for a 5-year number, and my, so that's.
Again, it's a circular argument, because we're not going to get a 5-year number until we know what the 5-year plan is. So
We have one from last year's
I
budget.
I know that, but you and I know that these plans go out the window and aren't necessarily followed. So, again, until and unless we get back to the old, maybe, and I'm not saying that it was the best process, but there needs to be a process where we have a CIP discussion. The plan could be revised if one project, leapfrogs over another. It's not happening now, so that creates the chaos that then becomes, the political, beatdown, and, nobody wins at that point.
I know, but I would say the chaos is caused by deferred maintenance, and we have emergencies pop up, which is causing it.
The
So-
emergencies, though, come from, again, I don't want to get into a prolonged discussion, it's late. But, that's not a fair statement either.
So my motion is to delete this dot point.
Yep, if I could, Harry.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Ms. Moriarty and Mr. Weisbrod to delete the
Yeah.
last bullet point under capital.
Yeah,
Mr. Weisbrod.
thank you. So actually, some of what, Karen, you're saying registers with me. However, when Dan Osismere was chair here, he put out a 5-year number. which was really sought, if I remember right, by the first selectman as guidance that the BET is giving, so that when he puts his plan together, he has he knows the appetite, at least the range of the appetite of the BET, which is what Ms. Moriarty had in her version. So there's value in the BET saying, yeah, this is a number that we can manage. The other part where I do agree with you is that the capital plan is, of course, owned by the first selectman. There's no doubt about it. You're right on that. I do agree with that. But the only exception would be that the 5-year number is one that is reasonable to come out of this body. It used to, did in the past. That's my comment.
So I'm going to add, oh, can I speak?
Go ahead.
I'm going to add that, I agree that with the points raised by both Ms. Fasciolotis and Mr. Weisbrod, I think that we need a constructive 5-year plan and 5-year number. And, that. Oh, I'm sorry. And so, I think when we look at that and look at the numbers, there is a disparity between the numbers you had raised and the process and methodology. I went back to last year's guidelines that really describe the process and the details of it. And it's really been more of a working document, maybe in lieu of or in parallel with debt management. But I think it was very constructive. And I think the point here that a 5-year estimate should be, developed by the first selectman, I think it's worthwhile making a statement so that there are some actions in terms of what Ms. Moore already said. So I would vote for the language change and not to delete.
Can I just ask Ms. Moriarty
Hold
a
on
question?
second, Ms. Jensen.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I would agree with my colleague, Ms. Tarkington. I would also note that things happen. It's just life stuff happens. So, the old Greenwich Building Committee, no fault of their own, went out to bid, and their bids came up much higher. So that project is delayed a year. We had a pool that we thought was operating well and good because it never appeared in the school CIP budget at all. And now we have, surprise, a $30 million project out of the blue. So things happen. And so what I don't see any problem in having an updated 5-year plan, because even with the best planning that's done a few years ago through Mr. Osismer and the team, First Selectman team, things happen. So I have no problem with this statement.
Mr. Fisher?
Mr. Olchek. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mrs. Moriarty if, how she would feel about a sentence like, a 5-year capital plan should be developed following the capital plan public hearing.
By the first selectman following.
Maybe Karen, you could take a stab.
Yeah, she did, which was a 5-year.
And I understand, I understand the concern about the estimate. So perhaps the sentence could start with, the BET should work with the first selectman to develop a 5-year estimated budget, capital budget, and an updated capital plan that reflects the part. Well, I know, that's what I'm trying to do.
I thought what you had before was good.
All right, so it's a 5-year capital plan should be developed by the first selectman following a capital plan public hearing. That's okay.
Would that be acceptable?
But is it it might be, is it your intention that the hearing would be called by the first selectman, Karen?
Well, I think it's under his purview, it's not under
So
our
you may
purview,
wanna-
so yes, I would.
You may
no.
want to, if you alter it to say that, then I think I would.
For following a capital plan public hearing by the first selectman.
Can you require him to do this?
No.
We can't require him to do it.
The charter does say it's the priority.
I mean, the 5-year number was a financial estimate.
Well, that's
It was
what,
informed by projects, but it wasn't because, you know, so it was a number that was not always associated with the projects listed in the capital plan. I had a problem with some of the numbers over the years, that it purposely pushed out projects which were needed, but it is a planning tool. So this is now being changed because it's no longer a financial strategy, which is our purview. It is a capital planning process that you're saying you want him to complete his budget, which is a capital plan, right?
Let's try to get to language that works.
so how about this? The BET and the First Selectman should work together to develop a 5-year estimated budget and
Capital budget.
capital budget. Updated capital budget, hold on. Budget, an updated capital plan that reflects the priorities, that reflects, or period, period. Okay, that's fine. I just thought maybe people would want to know. And so the BET and the First Selectman should work together to develop a 5-year estimated capital budget and updated capital plan. Period. Exclamation point.
Ms. Moriarty, I think we have a motion on the floor from you. Would you like to withdraw?
I can't support this language because, to be honest, this is the job that's in the charter. But I'll withdraw my motion while you vote on this one, and if it fails, then my motion to delete will follow. But I don't think this now doesn't refer to your public hearing, which I think you should be aware of. And all it's doing is saying we're following our budget process, right? So.
Okay, I'm going to take Ms. Fasciotis's reading as a motion. Would someone like to second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Weisbrod seconds. Any further comment? Let's vote. Mr. Alfano. Ms. Jansen. Mr. Weisbrod.
Yes.
Ms. Moriarty.
No.
Ms. Tarkington.
Yeah.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasliotis.
Yes.
Mr. Selps.
Pass.
Ms. Aurora.
I'll abstain.
Mr. Deschamps.
Yes.
Pass?
No, you
Yes.
said yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Olczek.
I'm a yes also.
Mr. Selps.
I'll be a yes.
You need Alfano.
Okay,
You need-
Mr. Alfano. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4,
you need
5.
Lucia didn't.
Did I miss Lucia? She abstained.
713.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses. So that passes
It's 713.
713.
Okay, the last motion on this page by me, I think there are others. The last bullet point should be deleted. We have zero so the existing modified pay-as-you-go financing plan to be maintained by the BET. I don't think any work has been done to know whether that's sustainable or not. It might be, it might not be, but we need to have backup to know whether that's achievable. And it is premature to be able to make this statement, so.
I second that motion.
Yeah.
Can we just vote?
Yeah, let's just take a vote on this. Let me just
Yeah.
note what this is.
No, you're not, you take it
Leslie wants to take it.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Can I make a comment?
Because we're not going to change everyone's mind.
Yes, quickly, please.
Thank you. So, the main problem that I have with this is, every financing, we should evaluate every financing uniquely. So existing modified pay-as-you-go is like listening to a cult. It's like, oh, we're gonna just keep following this without thinking about the implications for the particular financing we're dealing with. And it doesn't, it doesn't make any sense if something comes up that we want to change our mind for. This doesn't make any sense to me. Why would we ever want to restrict ourselves in a way when, as people have said tonight, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what the future bears. So why put a constraint unnecessarily upon ourselves when it doesn't really get us anywhere? If this board wants to continue with pay-as-you-go, and they have the votes to do it, then you'll do it. There's no point of saying that you're gonna do something that you plan on doing anyway.
Harry, can I just make a quick
Yeah,
comment?
Ms. Aurora?
Yeah, I think, Elliot, I appreciate those comments, but this is just a difference in, I don't think we need to debate this at 11:30, but this is just a difference in philosophy that we Republicans generally are not favoring taking on long-term debt. And this is just, again, doesn't matter the level of capital spending that this town does. And this is, again, my personal belief, I'm not reflecting everybody else's. Whether you spend 50 million, 100 million, 150 million, you can take on the same philosophy of pay as you go rather, versus long-term debt. It's a difference in philosophy. We don't have to all agree on it, but I think it's an important thing to include in the budget guidelines, just to reiterate that we do not believe in taking on long-term debt.
Can I the chairman?
Yes, Mr. Deschamps.
And I think that's exactly what the problem is, because it's being described as a philosophy and personal beliefs and these sorts of things. And this particular bullet point is the absolute wrong statement to be making in the guidelines, to put it in here this way, to tie the hands of the BET, to abdicate our responsibilities to look for cost-effective and tax-efficient ways to deliver projects to the town is 100% the wrong way to do things. Specifically, after we've just agreed that what we need to do first is look at a 5-year plan that we all agree we need to do that hasn't been done, and we want to work with the Office of First Selectman to do it, then we can have a conversation when that's complete about how to go about effectively financing the town. That's our job. Our job isn't to have philosophies and personal beliefs. It's to be financially sound in the decisions that we make and how to deliver those projects in the most cost-effective way possible and with the least tax burden. It doesn't mean that you necessarily are going to change what we're doing. And I think that's the problem. I think when certain of my colleagues look at this and like, oh, it's long-term debt, it's going to do this. That's not what that means. It just means let's have a conversation about it. And as we all know here in this dais at this hour, we still all know that any changes require bipartisan cooperation. So I don't know why we would put this in here like that. And also, and lastly, we are going to have a new BET seated in January. And so to put this in here and to sort of have a guideline without having other people have the opportunity to review the 5-year estimate that we're looking to put together is unfair to the fiduciary responsibilities that they will be inheriting.
Mr. Westrod, I'd really like to move to a vote. I think we've,
No, I'm going to say, and it's not a question of philosophy or ideology. We are in violation of our debt policy guidelines.
all right, you're not speaking to the motion.
I am. The motion is to delete this existing modified pay-as-you-go financing plan. And the comment was made by Ms. Aurora that it's about a philosophy and so forth, but it's really not. I'm completely indifferent with how the heck we finance ourselves, but I am not indifferent to violating the debt policy. And so I'm just making a comment since we're talking about the motion made by Ms. Moriarty. If we don't delete this and we rigidly adhere to it, all things being equal, we're in violation of the policy. So that's why I support what Ms. Moriarty is saying. Thank you.
Ms. Fasciotis?
Yeah, I would just add that, we keep hearing about violation of the debt policy, and yet we've come close, and there have been circumstances where it may have happened, but it never has. So, again, circumstances happen, projects are delayed, there's plenty of things. So, I keep hearing that we're in violation of our debt policy. We are not.
We will be, I see.
Well, it may or may not happen. We've been in this situation before. I've heard it before, and it's never happened. So, again, there's too many factors that can occur in the future, so we can't make those sweeping statements, and we shouldn't make those.
No,
right.
the 15-year plan shows it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
Harry,
making.
can I?
All right,
I'm sorry, I have to just add.
Ms.
really
Aurora?
quick, just to.
I'm not making.
So the point I'm making on philosophy is whether.
No. They just haven't.
Mr.
looked at it.
Weisbrod?
Yes.
Yeah, whether we spend 50 million in capital per annum, 100 million, or 150 million, we can do that through, this is again my own financial expertise speaking to this, not a philosophy. We can manage that through pay-as-you-go. If we decide to take on $1 billion of debt, I think we would need to take on long-term debt. So by defining pay-as-you-go, it is helping us keep in check to say, well, capital of 50 to 150, we just said 5-year was somewhere around 80. So I think we are making a statement consistent with the estimated capital 5 years that we have can be addressed with pay-as-you-go. As far as the debt policy being abused or going above the threshold, those are self-imposed guidelines. Some years we may stress that number, but on average on the course, I've looked at that model myself. If you look at that across 15, 30 years and you look at the overall capital spend, the $1 billion over the 10 years or the 15 years, while you are stressed in certain years, on average, we are not. And in the long term, we are not. Again, the policy is to help the town also stay in check with spending. When you go to long-term, and again, I don't want to have this discussion tonight, but when you go to doing long-term spending, some of your spending gets hidden. You just pass it, you kind of amortize it across 30 years, and then you don't know exactly what we're spending. That's why I feel very strongly that as a town, we need to retain the pay-as-you-go financing, and I think we can do so with the amount of 5-year, 10-year estimate that we have on capital.
And just adding to it, it keeps us to the low end of the interest rate curve, and we fund by cash flow and tranches, not necessarily by projects.
And I just have to make one last statement, because any long-term debt, whether it's just a small amount to get us over a specific problem or specific issue, like a $110 million school, or increasing the capital tax levy, or reducing or changing the cash flow of projects by kicking the can down the road or whatever, those are all tools to manage this cash flow. There has not been a pencil raised, a committee addressing what are our financial obligations of things we've already committed to. And that is a huge failure of this board, the Republican leadership that will not call the committee or will not place these items on an agenda. So to say that you've looked at cash flows, that's great. You can make whatever numbers up you want in your room, but you're not getting the benefit of our finance staff or other project managers, which in our committee structure we would do. So I like David, I don't know whether it's necessary. It's certainly nice to be able to and better to pay for things in cash, but if we're not meeting our needs, we should be looking at the other tools we have. That's all. So I'll stop there.
The debt policy is a very flexible document. The debt policy committee does not deal with the decision about how to finance. There's a debt policy and fund balance policy that is very flexible and durable, and that committee does not need to be called to address the items you're trying to raise here. Okay?
No.
Not agreed.
Not okay, but not.
Well, I'm I'm disagreeing with you. Trying not to be disagreeable. Can we move to a vote
Yes.
on the deletion of the bullet point having to do with the five-year capital plan? Mr. Olczak?
I vote yes.
No,
No. Well, you had the wrong one, Harry. The
no,
vote
it's
is
to
on.
delete the
pay as you
document.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
To delete the last bullet point, the existing modified pay-as-you-go financing plan to be maintained by the BET.
I vote yes to delete.
Okay,
the
Mr.
bullet.
Deschamps.
Yes.
No.
Ms. Aurora is a no. Mr. Selps?
Yes.
Ms. Fasciotis?
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Tarkington?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah,
Weisbrod?
Yes.
Ms. Jansen?
No. I mean,
Mr. Aurora? Mr. Alfano?
No.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, that motion fails. 5-6-0. I would like to suggest that under other, I would ask for unanimous consent to delete the first bullet point because we removed the mill rate from the calculation, from the memo. Anybody object to that?
So just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, when you say first bullet point, which one are we talking about?
Other,
Under other, preliminary
yeah,
estimate
okay, all right, just wanted to be
utilizes the
clear.
mill rate.
Yep, thank you. Okay.
Are we still
meaningless.
planning, are we still planning on attaching an Exhibit 1? That Exhibit 1 includes a mill rate, and this comment doesn't talk about your mill rate target, it just talks about how the grand list is estimated. I would say it's relevant.
Oh, right, okay. All right, I withdraw. It still makes sense to include that sentence.
So what's the outcome of it?
Okay,
Did we get them?
No, we
I
haven't
think we've
talked-
gotten through all the motions for changes.
Exhibit 1, what are we doing? We need, if we're going to try to, if you're bringing a motion, when there is a motion on the floor to approve the document, we need to know what's Exhibit 1.
Also,
I thought we're discussing that it's version 8.
Version what?
Our controller is recommending the one dated the 20th, correct? Now she's on the spot, but she
I
did
thought we were
say-
gonna do version 8 with a footnote.
Version 8, I'm confused. Which
It's the
One dated
1/14.
October 14th.
Oh, okay.
So it's the one that ignores the transportation change.
Because it accurately reflects the final budget for 25-26.
But it doesn't accurately reflect the budget increase for the Board of Ed or the financing. of
It
it.
accurately reflects what the BET and the RTM passed.
I don't want to say it.
Unbelievable.
So wait, you can't dictate in a vote of the BET what the professional staff uses for their financial analysis? That's what you're gonna do?
No, I'm suggesting that the footnote be added.
Yes, you are. She,
I thought that's what we were headed towards.
no, she presented the October 20th as part of this, and we didn't have any conclusion. She wanted to go back and review it from scratch, and it would be egregious
Can you
to.
let her talk?
Yeah,
Well, I just think it's important to be clear what, you know, what you're including or excluding. One of the proposals was to add the 2.5 million as a separate line. So that's not a version that's out there now. We were going to call it 9.1 or something like that. But then, you know, I would still suggest because but again, it shouldn't affect any of the calculations. Having the 2.5 million included in the totals with notes saying that it's adjusted for that 2.5. And, you know,
To the
but-
October 20th with the footnote.
version 9, but make it 9.1 and add the, you know, that was suggested by Ms. Aurora. We discussed it during the break, that, and I know that we're never all going to agree on how to show this.
No,
So
but it's not about agreement.
there's not really,
You shouldn't care about agreement.
In this case, there's not a right and wrong, because this is the stated budget that was approved by the RTM. I can't argue that. That's a fact. So I'm saying you should show the 2.5 million in there because it was carried forward and it is part of the, and the appropriated costs.
Would it be acceptable to show it as a separate line under where you're talking about? On the upper part?
Absolutely, we would definitely show it in a separate line so that you would see going across the year-to-year variances. But then you need to figure out, do you want it in the totals? I would include it in the totals because it is a fiscal
That's
26
acceptable to me.
adjusted budget. But again, everything will be there, so you can, just like when the Board of Ed does their presentation, it'll just need to be very clear where that is. It shouldn't be impacting any decisions.
It won't impact any percentages.
So when you said in a separate line, where is that line going to be?
Below the 200s. So in the 200th line, right now, on the version 9, so that 30.2 million will be broken out. It will be the 27,788. Then we'll have a line underneath 200s adjustment, and that will be the 2.5 million. That was a suggestion that was made. That, to me, does what we were trying to do before, which is to show it in that year, and also breaks it out separately so that it's not to be, cause confusion that we're changing the approved budget.
And Joan, also, just to continue on that, I'm sorry, yeah.
Is your mic on?
Yes, it
should be on.
is. Joan, we also were discussing that we would put a second line under total department operating costs to also show that same 2.5 million flow through. So it would say, the 198, 382, 430, and then adjusted total operating costs.
So it'll
of
be as
200.
approved and then adjusted.
Adjusted, so then, because the numbers that everybody really focuses on
Right.
is that total.
Oh, we have a
Okay.
consensus? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Terrific.
Version 9.1, and we will distribute that tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nisha, for the idea. Okay, so I think we know what we're voting on. We're voting on the guidelines as amended. It's going to take a lot of work to pull that together, but I'm confident we can do it. So,
Can I just make one
yeah,
comment?
Mr. Deschamps,
So we're voting on the guidelines as amended,
correct.
but I would just want to point out, and I'll volunteer myself for this if there's appetite on my colleagues given the hour, there are numerous grammatical errors in the document, numerous ones. I don't want to go through them all, take everybody through it. I mean, some of them don't have verbs. There's a lot of sentences here that don't make sense. I'm willing to go through this with someone from the other side of the aisle here, if they're so willing, to just clean up what I would consider grammatical and Scribner errors, just so
Okay.
that the document is not difficult to read, if not inaccurate.
I'll be happy to work with you on that.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay, so as amended, subject to corrections of Scribner errors, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Alfano?
Yes.
Ms. Jansen?
Yes.
Mr. Weisbrod?
No.
Ms. Moriarty?
No.
Ms. Tarkington?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Fasciotis?
Yes.
Mr. Selps?
No.
Ms. Aurora?
Yes.
Mr. Deschamps?
No.
Mr. Alcheck?
No.
Okay, that passes 650.
Motion to adjourn?
We have minutes, but let's defer that to the next meeting. Ms. Aurora makes a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mr. Alfano seconded. All in favor, aye. We are adjourned.